as you can probably tell, we would like to record this workshop. So if anyone has any objections, if they could say now before we carry on. No, I think that's all good. Great. Thank you. So before we get started, I just want to go through some of the technical aspects because this workshop is available in English and French. So I'm just going to share my screen quickly. So, one sec. So many things. There we go. So, at the bottom of the Zoom call, along the toolbar, there is an interpretation sign with the little globe. If you click that option, you will have the choice to choose between the English or the French. And we have our translators on the other line. They are Angelos and Despina, who thank you for joining us here today as well. There is another option in the same drop-down menu. If you only want to hear the translator, you can mute the original audio. If you do that, when the original audio speaks in your language, you will have to unmute to hear the speaker again, okay? And as always, we kindly ask that anyone who's not speaking to keep your microphones muted during the speakers and obviously unmute for the discussions and if you want to ask questions. So hopefully everyone now can hear the language in which they want to. If there are any problems, please write it in the chat and we have a support team, technical team, who will look into any issues with you for you as well. Okay. So firstly, introductions. So again, thank you for joining us. My name's Vicky Ray. I work for Mediset, the Mediterranean Association to Save the Sea Turtles. We work internationally around the Mediterranean, but our offices are based in Athens in Greece. We are, along with 6 other partners, members of the steering committee for the Med bycatch program. Now, what I would like to do is ask our ambassadors who are on the line just to quickly introduce themselves as well, with saying their name, where they work, and where they're from. So if I can turn to our ambassadors from Morocco. Ayman and Noah, are you there just to be able to say a quick hello? See, maybe they're not with us yet. Oh, no, they've not signed in yet.
Hello, Vicky. I don't think so. I don't see them in the list of participants. Do you want me to send them a message to Mr. Maloli to check with him if?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Celia.
Yeah, I will. No problem.
Then we'll go to Tunisia. Is Rehab and Well there?
Hi, Vicky.
Hi.
Yes, Wasim is trying to reach them. I think there is this timing issue.
Ah, okay. I think
don't
that was
have
my
the same
fault.
time, and maybe some people didn't. Yes, so
No
he's
worries.
trying to reach them right now.
Okay,
so they will join.
Wonderful. And then let's try our Turkish ambassadors, Dezikan and Nifulfa. I know that I've seen.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, hello.
Hi. Hello, sorry.
No, don't you apologize. Please just give a short introduction to yourself, to the group.
Okay, this is Nilüfer Arak. I work for WWF Turkey, and in the bycatch project, I was one of observers, and I try to explain my experience later. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you for joining us today as well. That's great. And Desert Khan, is he popped in? He was doing a quick interview beforehand.
Yeah, probably you can't see me because I can't open my video. Somebody
Okay.
has to let it up. Anyway, I'm Deniz Can. I work for Doğa Derneği, BirdLife Turkey, and I work in the bycatch project as an observer. And we will see today what we had done and what are we going to do, and we will share our knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us here today. That's great.
Nessuna operatores
And this is just a just a reminder to keep your microphones muted. Thank you, thank you. Okay, if we can just give it a couple of moments just to see if our other ambassadors join us. Otherwise, I can move ahead and they can introduce themselves when they talk to give their experiences. Okay, there'll be a few minutes. Okay, no problem. We'll move ahead then. And they will introduce themselves in the next session when they talk about their experiences of working within the Med bycatch program on the onboard observations and the port-based questionnaires. So what I would like to do first is give a little bit of a background to the Med bycatch project for those of you who are joining us who have not been involved. Okay. So this project, the Learning and Sharing Project, our ambassadors have been nominated from the Observer Program to share their experiences, their expertise on how to build good working relationships with fishers. Now, this comes from the Med bycatch project, which full title is Understanding Mediterranean Multitaxa Bycatch of Vulnerable Species and Testing Mitigation, a Collaborative Approach. And I should state here that when we refer to bycatch, we are only referring to the incidental capture of vulnerable species and not other forms of bycatch. So the bycatch program started in 2017. The first phase ended in 2020, and we went straight into the second phase, which will end at the end of this year. The aim of the project is to improve knowledge, build capacity, and provide tools and the means to reduce the bycatch of vulnerable species in the Mediterranean, and to collaborate with fishing communities towards achieving sustainable Mediterranean fisheries. So there are three main strategies within the project: the technical solutions, mitigation measures to reduce the bycatch. And this includes the establishment of observer programs, the production of a protocol, ID guides, and various other tools to implement national observer programs to collect data on bycatch. There's also policy and advocacy with partners on working at a local level with national authorities, ministries, but also working on international conventions and agreements as well. And then finally, there is the promotion for the replication and scaling up of this project through communication strategies, with the production of videos, interviews, comic strips, and photo exhibition, to name a few. The key aspects of the project are the establishment of the national observer teams who are collecting the data in a harmonized approach. So with the protocol that was developed, led by GFCM. The protocol collects data on multi-taxa. So that's vulnerable species of elasmobranchs, seabirds, sea turtles, marine mammals, and coral and sponges. And finally, that we work in a collaborative approach. We work with the fishers and we work with the ministries, we work with the authorities. The project is implemented in 5 countries. So Morocco, Tunisia, Croatia, Italy, and Turkey. It consists of 21 partners within the partnership, 7 partners in the steering committee with BirdLife as the project coordinator, and then 14 local partners. In addition, we have 7 national focal points who coordinate the data collection of the observer programs and the mitigation trials in each of the countries. And we are supported by our scientific committee, who were nominated back at the beginning of the first phase to provide their expertise for either a particular taxa or for their experience within fisheries. So during phase 1 of the project, the national observer teams were established in Morocco, Tunisia, and Turkey, with the focus on the collection of bycatch data. So during phase 2, the project expanded and we were joined by our partners in Italy and Croatia, during which the observer program continued, but with the additional focus of trialing mitigation tools to test their effectiveness to reduce bycatch and the impact that it has on the local fishery. So to date, over 50 observers have been trained within the program. Excuse me 1 second, let me just admit people in, admit all, yes, there we go. And they have surveyed over 42 ports across the Mediterranean, in which they've managed to achieve over 3,600 onboard observations and over 12,100 port-based questionnaires, which I think is quite staggering. So that is really just touching the surface with the Med Bycatch project. I have not gone into any more detail apart from to tell you really about the survey, really broad. Please, if you want to find out more information, visit any of our partners' websites or go to Together for the Med at the top here. And that has all the projects that have been funded by MAVA that are related to fisheries, and it's all about collaboration and working together. And I should also say a big thank you to MAVA, the MAVA Foundation, who fund this project, the learning and sharing, but also the Med Bycatch, not only for the funding, but for the support that they've given the partnerships over the 6 years it's been running. It's been truly magnificent. So it's been fantastic. So this project, experience and knowledge sharing for building strong and maintaining collaborations between fishery observers and the fishing community. So this project is all about acknowledging the amazing job that all our observers have done in the field. Building those relationships with the fishermen, collaborating with them to collect the data. What we wanted to do is to tap into their knowledge, to find out about their experiences, and also to share this knowledge with the wider community. So the project started in May 2021, and it will finish at the end of this month, July 2022. And the activities that we carried out within this project, first of all, we wanted to get the fishers and observers feedback at a national level. One, for their experience of collaborating together within the bycatch Observer Program, and two, what they viewed as key points for building strong collaborations, working together, and to ensure how we can sustain these for the future. So to do that, in 3 of the 5 countries, we had workshops, national workshops between fishers and observers. And there were also questionnaires face-to-face with the fishers and online questionnaires done for some of the observers. And the differences for this was due to COVID restrictions in the different countries. So from the feedback that we received from 60 fishers and 45 observers, we collated it all into a report, which will be available online in English, Arabic, and Turkish. And for the best practices for collaboration, we extracted that information to produce an infographic. This infographic is just in its final stages of being finalized. And again, will be available in Arabic, French, English, and Turkish. And it really outlines how an observer should be, how to approach fishers, and also what needs to be done, what actions, what steps need to be done to ensure that we continue these collaborations going forward. Our partners in Tunisia, so SPARAC and AAO BirdLife in Tunisia, have created an animation film which demonstrates good collaboration. So it follows 4 fishers and observers who are involved in the project to find out their motivations and also sort of highlight the good collaborations made between the observers and the fishers. I can show you a draft form now. We will, let me just stop sharing. It's hot off the press from yesterday. So we're able just to share this. Let me, bear with me one moment. Okay. Can everyone hear and see?
I can see, but I couldn't hear the voice, Vicky.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me just go back. Apologies, everyone.
Yes.
One moment. And share. I know what I didn't do. I didn't share sound. There we go. Hopefully now.
Yes, it's working.
احنا كبحارة العمل صعيب فيه برشا تحديات بدنية وعائلية وطبيعية، ومش في كل صرحة نصوروا الفلوس، وبالتالي باش تكون أحسن لحظات كصياد كيف يعطي ربي خيره نصطادوا صرحة باهية. بالنسبة صيفتي كملاحظ، أحسن لحظات وقت اللي ما نصطادوش أصناف المهدى، لأنه من جهة شارج متاع عمل وأقل خدمة وأقل تقييد، ومن ناحية أخرى يكون مطمئن على خدمة اللي نخدموا فيها مش قاعدة تضر في البحر. أنا وليت ملاحظ صدفة، يعني ديما في الانترنت نلوج على كل ما يخص الصيد البحري. كيف لقيت بروجي مات بايكاتش، عجبني محتوى المشروع وأهدافه، قدمت فيه مع طلب مشاركة معهم، والحمد لله يعني قبلوني. بالنسبة للعمل كملاحظ للصيد العرضي، فما أنواع ماشية وتنقص واللي لازم نحافظوا عليها ونحميوها، لأن عندها دور كبير برشا في المنظومة البيئية، وراو حتى البحارة يعرفوا أنه الأنواع هذه معناتها ماشية وقاعدة تنقص.
ما نجمش نتصور الحياة بلاش بحر، على خاطر أغلبية الكرة الأرضية أكثر من 70% من الكرة الأرضية يغمرها الماء. وين يوجد الماء توجد الحياة. وبالنسبة للمنطقة، منطقة قابس، أغلبية معناها السكان المنطقة يقتاتوا من الموارد البحرية معناها. دونك الصيد والمركب بالنسبة لي أنا يمثل عنصر أساسي في المنطقة. أحسن لحظات في الخرجات البحرية هي ليدونتيفيكاسيون دي اسبيس. شنو ناخذوا شالو ولا سان ولا المنتوج الكليكا نفرزوه، نحطوا الكوميرسيال وحده ونحطوا لي اسبيس الاخرى. انا بالنسبه لي انا احسن لحظه هي هذيك. لو كان فما دي اسبيس جدد هذوك هي احسن، بالعكس باش نقوم بهم بدراسات، وبعد بشوي بشوي نستعمل اللي نهز معايا بالطبيعه دي جيد، نثبت في لي ديتاي اللي موجودين في الاسبيس هذيك، ونحاول باش نتعرف على كان اسبيس اكزوتيك بالطبيعه واحد باش يعمل على دراسات كان ديجا تخدمت عليها قبل، نوتيها ونحطها معناها باش نهزها للمخبر بعد باش نخدموا عليها، نحطها في الفورمال ولا في الالكول. هذيك احسن مومون بالنسبه لي انا، سورتو كان لو كان ايدونتيفيكاسيون تاع اسبيس جديد، اسبيس اكزوتيك على الميديتراني ولا على المنطقة بالذات.
Bize Tarım Bakanlığı sirkü gönderiyor. Sirkülerde bu hassas türler, avcılığı tamamen yasak olan türler hepsi yazıyor. Biz bunları yayınlandıkları zaman 4 yıl geçerliliği var. Biz bunları zaten bilinçaltımıza kayıt ediyoruz. Çok küçük yaşlardan beri hassas türleri denize, doğal yaşam alanlarına iade ediyoruz. 20 sene önce de böyleydi. Babamın gençlik yıllarında da böyleydi. Bugün yine böyle, yarın yine aynı şekilde devam edecek. Cansu'yu tanımadan önce biz yine hassas türleri denize, doğal yaşam alanlarına iade ediyorduk. Cansu'yu tanıdıktan sonra da ben de onunla birlikte bu verileri video kayıt altına almaya başladım. Kayıt altına aldığım videoları Cansu'ya kendisine gönderiyorum. O da verileri işliyor, notlar tutuyor.
Mezun olduktan sonra karar verdim. Bilime çok farklı şekillerde bir biyolog olarak katkıda bulunabilirdim. Ama katkıda bulunacağım yerlerin duvarlarına bakarak, denizi hayal ederek ömrümü geçirmek istemedim. Yaşamak istedim. İçimde olmak ve yaşadığımı hissetmek istedim. O yüzden deniz olmadan yapamazdım. Bir defa ilk başta proje başladığında bir alana girip orada insanların güvenini kazanmak çok zor. Yani şu anda projemizin 4. yılındayız. Şu an geldiğimiz konumla başlangıçtaki konumumuz arasında dağlar kadar fark var. Çünkü insanlar ilk başta size güvenmiyor. Biz anketle gidiyoruz. İnsanlar anket doldurmaktan ya da bunun sonucunda olan etkilerden yorulmuş ve korkar olmuş durumdalar.
يلزمنا نقوموا بحملات تحسيسية للبحارة باش نظهروا لهم معناها ايش قاعد يصير في البحر بحاجات ملموسة اللي هو الإنتاج قاعد ينقص فما برشا معناها كائنات مهددة بالانقراض.
Onların avlamak istedikleri balıkların ama bir gözlemci için, yani bizler içinse bu tehlike altında olan türlerin, yani aslında balık ağıyla etkileşime girmemesi gereken hayvanların o ağlarla etkileşime girerek zarar görmeleri anlamına geliyor.
كثرة مجهود الصيد اللي يقابلوا تراجع المخزونات والتغيرات المناخية وغيرها من العوامل. يعني بصراحة صعيب كان يقعد يدوم كذا. فضل المشروع هذا شركاء كما سباراك ولاو لينسيام دي بي ا WWF نحاولوا نخدموا مع الوزارات المعنية باش نزيدوا نفهموا ونلقاو حلول للحد من الصيد العرضي.
Hassas türlerin korunmasıyla ilgili geçmişe göre balıkçılarımız şu an günümüzde daha çok farkında ve daha da çok farkındalık sahibi olacaklar. Ben buna inanıyorum.
Oradaki hayvanları öldüğünü görmek benim için çok üzücü bir olay. Ne kadar bu duygusal bir şey olsa da üzücü bir olay ve gözlemci olurken en çok bundan tereddüt ettim. Ben bunu yapabilecek miyim? Ama bilim için yapabileceğimi fark ettim.
Hello, right. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who worked on that video. It was lovely. I should say it's still in its draft form. That everyone were privileged to see this for the first showing. So there is still probably some more reviews to be done on it. But thank you. That was a wonderful video. It was great. Wasim, I saw you had your hand up. Did you want to add something? Because you've obviously been involved with the making.
No, just I want to say that our two observers are connected.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank
Hablo
you.
Fishy and Wael Kushed.
Brilliant.
They want
Wonderful.
to.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the slideshow now. There we are. Great. Just got far too many things open on my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, so that was the video produced, which will be finalized this week. So other activities which have been going on under this project is that at a national level, our ambassadors throughout this month have been and will be holding workshops. Again, like this workshop, sharing their experiences, their expertise from the field, but primarily aimed at new researchers, people who are wanting to engage with fishers, but also students as well, sort of coming new out of uni to carry on with their research. There is also a bycatch share package, shared knowledge package, which will be introduced later by Vicky Markaletha, who is from Mind the Bump, and she has been our external consultant for communications for the bycatch project and for this one as well. And she will go through the information materials that are going to be in that package, and it will contain outputs both from the bycatch and from this project as well. And the whole thing is supposed to be a guide with useful tools that can be applied in the field for carrying out surveying. And then I think nope, I'm back to normal. I had a bit of feedback. Okay, and then finally, we have this workshop, the international workshop. So I will just share the agenda. There we go. So for today, what have we got? So at the moment, we are in the middle of doing the introduction. We're showing the video. I will be asking for your feedback. So at certain points during the agenda, we have some questions, which we have on a slide, which we will share. And they're multiple choice. And we want your feedback on these questions, particularly if you feel like you've experienced the same, or if you have a different opinion to some of the results that we found throughout this feedback we've received from the fishers and the observers. Or if anything hasn't been mentioned that you feel needs to be mentioned, please put it through in that participation session. So the agenda itself is split between the 3 methodologies prepared within the protocol. So we have the onboard observations, port-based questionnaires, and the fishers self-sampling. And then finally, the outputs from the collaborations, best practices. Under the onboard observations and port-based questionnaires, we will be hearing from our ambassadors. They're going to be doing either small talks or presentations to speak about their experiences and the key points and what they think are valid for building strong relations. Then after these sessions, I will be just giving you a general feedback that we obtained from all the feedback we received from the fishers and the observers. And then we will have our discussion Q&A session. So during this session, feel free to add any comments that you may like on any of the things that have been said. And also, if you have any questions for our observers, this will be the dedicated section for that. And then we have one break after the next session for 10 minutes and then a 25-minute break. Before the 25-minute break, we would like to do a screenshot photo. So everyone who has the ability to turn the camera on, we will ask in that session just before we break. So we are running a little bit behind. So without further ado, we will go on to the onboard observations. And I believe all of our ambassadors are here now. I'm afraid that was my fault. I confused everyone with an email beforehand, so I do apologize. And what we would like to do is to invite the ambassadors to give their talks. So if we can start with Morocco, with Ayman and Noah, who would like to go first?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome, Ayman.
Oh, fine, and you? Thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Okay. I can start.
Yeah, please. So it's for your onboard observations, for your
Okay.
experiences. Thank you.
Okay. It's okay. Fine. So my presentation will be in French, if it's possible. Okay.
Yes, please do. We have our translators here with us, so yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Good. Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Ça me fait énormément plaisir de faire partie de cet atelier. Donc, c'est un workshop qui m'intéresse beaucoup. Alors, je vais commencer par une présentation générale. Alors, je suis Ayman Khaili, observateur scientifique au Maroc, doctorant en biologie marine. Exactement, je travaille sur le groupe des echinodermes, diplômé de master en environnement marin et exploitation des ressources. Alors, la période d'observation était à partir du avril 2019 au juin 2022. Alors, j'ai travaillé au niveau de 2 ports. Donc, le port d'Al Hoceima, qui fait partie du parc national d'Al Hoceima, et au port de Mdir. Donc, le type de pêche à bord duquel j'ai embarqué, donc j'ai travaillé à bord des seineurs et à bord des chalutiers. Voilà. Donc, pour la partie méthodologie, donc la partie ou bien la méthodologie qui m'intéresse le plus, sincèrement, toutes les méthodologies sont très importantes, mais je vois que la méthodologie proposée à travers l'observation à bord, c'est la plus importante, vu l'importance scientifique et la quantité des données qu'on puisse collecter à travers. Voilà. Pour l'observation à bord, alors, vu que j'ai eu l'opportunité d'embarquer à bord de 2 types de bateaux, il s'agit des seineurs et des chalutiers. Donc, j'ai pu acquérir un ensemble d'informations sur plusieurs espèces marines, sur les différentes techniques de pêche. Donc, les éléments principaux qui ont présenté un obstacle sur le terrain ou bien à bord, donc on a la permission des pêcheurs d'accepter un observateur à bord. Sincèrement, cet obstacle n'est pas tout à fait existant. Et grâce Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui.
Alors, je peux continuer?
Oui, oui, monsieur.
D'accord, d'accord. Alors, je suis en train de parler des obstacles. Donc, le premier, c'est la permission des pêcheurs d'accepter un observateur. Donc, sincèrement, ce problème n'est pas tout à fait existant au niveau des deux ports. Donc, vu la bonne coordination des administrations avec les armateurs et les capitaines de pêche, donc c'est pas un problème pour moi. Les difficultés liées à l'identification des espèces vulnérables. Donc, ce problème, pour moi, c'est un problème très fréquent et c'est très difficile d'identifier toutes les espèces. Donc, mais grâce à ma formation en biologie et aussi à travers des guides que nous avons reçus, ils nous permis de bien identifier des, des espèces en général et plus particulièrement les espèces vulnérables. Bien sûr, de temps en temps, on est dans l'obligation de faire des concertations avec des scientifiques de l'Institut national de recherche halieutique. Donc ça ne présente aucun problème par rapport à l'identification des espèces. Alors, on passe au temps nécessaire à la collecte des données. Ça, c'est vraiment, on ne dit pas un problème, mais c'est un contrainte de collecter toutes les données. Et surtout il n'y a pas beaucoup de temps, il n'y a pas beaucoup de temps et il y a des problèmes. Par exemple, les pêcheurs, ils doivent collecter et trier rapidement et conserver les poissons dans la température convenable et tout ça. Donc, c'est un peu difficile c'est un peu difficile de collecter les données de rejet, de différentes espèces retenues et tout ça. Mais avec le temps, ça c'est au début, mais avec le temps, on a commencé de s'adapter à cette situation. Le témoin de non-conformité ou de mauvaises pratiques, ça, c'est pas un problème, sincèrement. Établir un calendrier commun avec les pêcheurs. Par rapport à l'obstacle E, établir un calendrier commun avec les pêcheurs, ça reste juste des trucs de collaboration et de communication avec les pêcheurs pour fixer une date pour sortir avec eux. Donc voilà, il y a d'autres problèmes, ou c'est pas problème, c'est d'autres obstacles par rapport aux conditions, les conditions difficiles en mer, comme vous savez. C'est pas facile de passer, par exemple, surtout lorsqu'on parle des chalutiers. Parce que les chalutiers passent parfois même de 3 à 4 jours à bord. Donc, c'est un peu, c'est pas facile. C'est pas facile de résister euh, et de, et de passer cette période en mer. Mais avec le temps, bien sûr, le temps, c'est très important pour dépasser ces obstacles. Voilà. Questionnaire. Voilà. Et merci pour votre attention. J'ai essayé d'être bref, mais si jamais il y a des questions, soyez la bienvenue.
Thank you, Ayman. That was wonderful. That was
Thank you,
absolutely
thank you,
fantastic.
thank you so much.
Let me just do that. Okay, so if we can go on to Noah, also from Morocco, to provide his experience for onboard observations. Hello, Noah, can you hear us?
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Je suis très content d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Je vais essayer de partager mon écran. Vous voyez mon écran?
Oui.
Yes, oui.
D'accord. Au début, je vous remercie pour cette invitation et pour cet atelier et ce workshop very intéressant, très intéressant. Ma présentation aujourd'hui sera sur le partage d'expérience pour assurer une bonne collaboration avec les pêcheurs. Le plan est comme cela. Comme vous savez, le Maroc bénéficie d'une position stratégique et exceptionnelle grâce à son ouverture sur les deux façades maritimes, la Méditerranée et l'océan Atlantique. Pour la Méditerranée, beaucoup de projets et le Maroc a signé beaucoup de conventions et plusieurs projets pour la conservation et la protection de la vie maritime et des espèces vulnérables, comme notre projet. Au début, je vais parler sur la démarche pour l'obtention de la permission d'embarquement. Au début, j'ai eu des difficultés, mais après, par la coordination entre les différentes administrations, comme notre Institut national de la recherche halieutique, aussi le département de la pêche maritime et l'Office national de pêche, aussi lorsqu'on on veut embarquer lors de la discussion avec les pêcheurs ou bien les armateurs, notre méthode d'explication des objectifs principaux du projet, ça sera un élément clé pour garantir un embarquement et aussi la bonne compréhension des objectifs de notre projet. Lorsque on est devant les pêcheurs, on leur présente notre projet et aussi ses objectifs comme la conservation de la vie maritime, la protection des espèces vulnérables, l'assurance de la durabilité, mais aussi leur activité de pêche et de manière rationnelle. Je vais passer sur les obstacles d'embarquement à bord et les approches à les surmonter. Comme des premiers obstacles lors des premiers embarquements, nous avons observé un isolement des équipes des pêcheurs. Ils sont isolés sur eux-mêmes. C'est la discussion. Elle est limitée un peu entre nous, mais après, ils sont moins motivés dans les premières fois. Mais cela ne signifie pas que nous avons fait des efforts et leur compris les objectifs principaux de notre projet. Cela a changé totalement leur caractère et ils sont devenus très acceptables et aussi ils sont bien motivés pour notre projet. Cela est dû à notre travail. Lorsqu'on pratique bien notre travail, on ne dérange pas l'équipe des pêcheurs lors du déroulement de leur activité de pêche ou bien leur opération de pêche. On écoute attentivement à leurs explications et on montre un intérêt à leurs explications et conseils et aussi leur savoir-faire dans leur domaine de pêche. On partage avec eux notre connaissance scientifique, aussi d'un bycatch ou bien d'un espèce, lorsqu'on monte une espèce vulnérable, on leur explique bien les choses, sur quoi il est entré dans le cycle de la vie ou bien elle entre dans la chaîne alimentaire et ça assure l'équilibre de la vie maritime, aussi assure la durabilité de leur activité de pêche. Et aussi avec les rencontres hebdomadaires dans les ports d'activité via les questionnaires, nous avons bien leur hospitalité aussi, on échange avec eux et ça est devenu nous avons enfin arrivé à une amitié, pas un travail, nous avons devenu comme une équipe. Et les photos montrent aussi la relation entre nous et les pêcheurs. Aussi, une chose qui est très importante dans la relation entre les pêcheurs et les observateurs, c'est les ateliers, aussi les workshops et les formations continues au profit des pêcheurs. Comme chez nous, l'Institut national de la recherche halieutique a contribué plusieurs fois à des ateliers de formation ou bien de suivi ou bien de formation au profit des pêcheurs et aussi des professions de la pêche. Et cela assure la continuité de cette relation et assure aussi notre projet et ses objectifs principaux. Et merci pour votre attention.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Noah. Thank you for your insights as well. They were both great. It's lovely to hear about the project as well in Morocco and the activities and the work that's been going on there. So it's fantastic. Thank you. Now, from our agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move across to Tunisia, where I believe Rehab, you will give a talk for onboard observations. Hello.
Merci, bonjour à tous.
Bonjour Rehab.
Bonjour Rehab.
Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier tous les membres qui sont responsables du déroulement de cette réunion. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Je me présente. Je suis Rehab Louhichi, étudiante en deuxième année doctorat à la faculté des sciences de Sfax et une observatrice à bord et dans le port du projet bycatch. Pour mes études de recherche en master ont été sur la pêche et l'écologie des espèces de requins qui sont vulnérables et commercialisées à la fois dans la région et qui ont besoin des mesures de gestion des captures. Puis en doctorat, j'ai continué presque dans le même concept, dans la conservation des espèces vulnérables des requins et de raies, mais un peu plus détaillé et dans toutes les côtes de la Tunisie. Pour mon expérience dans le projet bycatch, j'étais, comme j'ai dit, une observatrice à bord pour la pêche côtière et une observatrice dans les ports pour les chalutiers. Donc, comme des difficultés, sincèrement, j'ai pas rencontré beaucoup de difficultés avec les pêcheurs parce que peut-être j'ai déjà des relations avec eux après mon mon introduction dans le projet. Donc, pour éviter tous les problèmes et les difficultés dès le début avec les pêcheurs, j'ai essayé de m'introduire à titre d'observatrice dans un projet scientifique ou bien un chercheur pour se montrer que je ne suis pas un contrôleur ou bien un agent d'administration qui peut être causer des pénalités financières ou bien des problèmes pour les pêcheurs. À chaque fois, je me présente aux pêcheurs, bien sûr, avec respect et un visage souriant, sans papier ni des stylos, pour éviter tout facteur de pression. On essaie toujours à donner l'impression qu'on est des amis aux pêcheurs et non pas le contraire, parce qu'on a besoin toujours de leur connaissance et de leur expérience dans la mer. Parfois, on se trouve à dire des compliments et des motivations pour les encourager à nous amener avec eux lors de leur sortie en mer. Peut-être les obstacles, parfois on trouve que le pêcheur en question ne semble pas heureux. Et peut-être n'est pas satisfait de la dernière sortie ou bien il discute avec d'autres pêcheurs. Donc, on attend le bon moment pour le parler. Peut-être après qu'il prend son café ou bien après même une journée. Donc, on prend leurs coordonnées et on l'appelle la journée suivante. Donc, comme clé personnelle pour moi, pour l'intégration, bien pour bien établir une relation de confiance avec les pêcheurs, c'était dès le début, je me présente comme un chercheur scientifique ou bien une observatrice du projet. À bord, sincèrement, il n'y a pas de difficultés pour nous, juste parfois, c'est pas pour moi, c'est pour mes collègues qui ont sorti, qui ont fait des sorties à la mer avec les chalutiers. Parfois, mais c'est rarement où on trouve un pêcheur qui ne laisse pas l'observateur jette un coup d'œil sur les captures. Mais toujours il y a une solution. Il essaye toujours à tourner à un autre pêcheur après la fin de l'opération de pêche. L'observateur, dans ce cas, il retourne à un autre pêcheur amicalement pour lui laisser examiner les captures et prendre des mesures et tout. Donc, c'était le seul problème pour nous. Pour la pêche côtière et pour mon expérience, sincèrement, j'étais très chanceuse. J'étais une fille, donc j'ai traité comme un touriste. J'étais pas refusée ou bien maltraitée, non, jamais. Contrairement, j'étais toujours bien traitée. Et heureusement, j'ai fini toutes les enquêtes et les sorties en mer demandées. C'est tout.
Merci, Lihab.
Oui, merci.
Thank you very much, Rehab. That was lovely just to get your insights there for Tunisia. Thank you. And we'll come back to you, I think, for the questionnaires as well in the next session.
You're welcome.
Okay, so for now we move across to Turkey. So if excuse me, Nilüfer, would you like to go first, and then Dezikan for onboard observations? That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you giving me this opportunity. I'm going to share just a couple of photos. Might be nice. Can I?
Yes, of course, of course.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I'm not going to make it presentation, otherwise it doesn't work, I think. This is our bycatch team, all the observer and our manager. Actually, the other ambassador give so much clue what we have done and what's the obstacle, what's the advance and disadvantages. So what's our experience in Turkey? First of all, they need to understand very clearly why we are there and why we collect all the data, because we are not coming from government. We are not government officer. We are not researcher as a university staff. We are NGO, so they were curious about what are going to do with this all the data. So first of all, we try to explain them why this vulnerable species important for the sea ecosystem. But at the same time, we see the yes, we can explain them, but it doesn't. If it's not, it is not enough to gaining their trust. So we start with the already we know some fishermen. They know us. Also, if we have a mutual friends, they just give the reference, and then we start with the fishermen who know who know them us. We know them. So step by step, when they start to trust us, we can take to their boat. And also on the boats, we have such a nice time with them, with these vulnerable species guidebook, because they were surprised. There are so many different species they already know, but they don't realize there are so many of them. They look like same, but they are not. All the species, the biodiversity so rich. So they were so surprised, and they are curious actually how they live, where they live. So also, I'll give you some example. The other ambassador emphasized it's smiling and being friendly, and as much as they don't disturb the follow their rules on the boat, it's so important things. Sometimes we help them if they let them, if they need it, and if they tell it's okay. So it's built our friendship as well. So we think actually, after all this collecting data, we should share with them the solution and result as well. So this is the most important point, I guess, to keep going to this relationship and getting more information from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very clear and well presented. Thank you so much. And then finally, we have Denise Khan.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello.
Can you let me open my video or something?
You should be able to share screen down the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's really nice to see familiar faces in here. First of all, I want to say hi to Rafik, Nali, and Bayram Hoca and the others, and friends from another Mediterranean countries. Can you see well? Is it okay? About the...
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, what I can say about fisheries is a real fishy business in every part of the Mediterranean. And I'm on board for more than 15 years as a fisherman, as an observer, and I work with fishers for more than 15 years. And I studied fisheries engineering, and my master was fisheries economics. And later I did my PhD on social aspect of fishers, personal values, attitudes, and behaviors. So this project is really nice for me, and I can use my talents, etc. And relationship with fishers is really nice. They're really nice persons, and you have to be a bit aware from them also. As you see that in here, you see the project's coastline, and it's almost 3,000 kilometers, and there are lots of fishing ports, lots of fishers, lots of boats, but one problem, it's a bycatch of vulnerable species. And the onboard data collection is a really tough work. And you have to know fisheries, you have to know fisher and the sea. When the fisher is unhappy, they treat you bad. When they're okay and when they catch really good, they're happy. So it's totally it's up to how they treat you, and it's totally up to the condition of the catch. What I learned in this project, and it's really good strategy to visit ports, drink something with fishers when you are not there for a job. I mean, you can make small visits to keep connection good, and they're always happy when they see you, when you don't ask anything, and they're always curious about other ports, so you can give information about the other ports also. And there are some issues about what can I say about onboard observations. If you don't know anything about fishing gears or fisheries, don't help them, because they have got their own system, and you can when you try to help them, it can cause some bad issues. And being in the safe zone on the boat is always safe, like here. And there's another issue. You can see one of our observers, a colleague. If you want to help them, keep that in limits, and otherwise you can find yourself as a crew on the boat. For now, that's all what I want to say about onboard observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Deniz Khan. It's wonderful. Everyone's given slightly different insights and some the same. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to hear. Okay, so what we're going to go on to do now is I'm going to give an overview of the feedback that we received from all of our observers. Some of these points, actually quite a lot of these points, have already been said by our ambassadors. So let me just share screen. Where are we? This one? Okay. So if everyone can see.
Yes.
Great. So for the onboard observations, go from the beginning. Here we go. So all in all, just to remind you of the figures again, the observer teams have done over 3,600 onboard observations, which I think is remarkable. That's a lot of hours, a lot of effort, and it's just an amazing achievement, I think. So building the relation with the fishers, what we attained from all the feedback, there were two issues that were mentioned in all of the three countries. So the first one, obtaining permission from a fisher to accept an observer on board. Now, there were different reasons as to why fishers were reluctant to let an observer on board. As been mentioned before, being seen as a control officer, an authority figure, being affiliated with an NGO, fishers fear probably that in that respect that we haven't got their best interest at heart. It's more for the environment as opposed to sustaining the fishery. Fear of legal action. There is, sorry, someone with their microphone. Oh, brilliant, thank you. Fear of legal action and fear of increased regulations. And this one particularly came about with observers who were working in or around marine protected areas. There was also some comments about fishers being hesitant to accommodate a female observer on board, and just the general overall reluctance. So how observers overcame this? Having that initial conversation, being cheerful, introducing themselves, learning the names of the fishers, not hurrying this exchange, not turning up, wanting to do a survey, then go. Actually go to meet the community and become involved in the community. Fully explaining the objectives and the benefits of the project, not just for the vulnerable species aspect, but also in terms of sustaining and helping fishers. And then, as we've heard, gradually building the relations through repeat visits to the port and spending social time with the fishers as well. Respecting them is one of the things that came up time and time again, and also from the fishers, was this mutual respect to have with one another, and not just seeing them as someone to get the data from and then leave. Some of our observers also brought small gifts of appreciation. And this could have been anything from food or to some of the gift and the merchandise that was made, materials that were made through the Med Bycatch project. And then fishers observers working hard on board. So if they were hesitant to let an observer on, they saw them interacting and working with other fishers, and this helped to build trust as well. There is one other thing that isn't mentioned on this table, which I would like to add, was something that came from the Tunisian national workshops that they had, in regards to female observers was that the overall opinion of or comment from that workshop was that fishers in general felt it more comfortable talking to a female observer as opposed to the male observers on the team. So that's maybe something we can discuss a little bit in the next session. And then the other issue that was mentioned by a few of our ambassadors, challenges with identification of vulnerable species. And these reasons were fishers not using the same terminology as the observers. Obviously, we have our scientific common names that we use, but there were local terms used by the fishers to describe the vulnerable species. And not only did these vary between the different regions, but they could also, observers found they varied from port to port. And then, as we've mentioned before, the multi-taxa approach was quite a challenge because there's such a broad scale of species to be able to identify. So how were these overcome? Again, as mentioned, having a photo catalog, ID guide of vulnerable species to show the fishers to help learn their local terms, not for them to learn our terms, the scientific terms, but for the observers to learn their local terms. And then also the training provided to the observers in the beginning part helped, in addition to the production of ID guides that were produced, led by IUC and Med, for each region. So the species that you would find in those regions. And then also we had some experts who the observers could contact to show photos to help with the identification. Other issues mentioned that were faced in the field, which weren't necessarily commented from all countries, was the time collected, the time required to collect the data. So as we've heard, not getting in the way of fishers' operations, having a comprehensive data collection, data to collect. And also some species are venomous and so require extra care, extra space to be able to take the biometric data and to safely release. So in overcoming these obstacles, observers said making sure that all their equipment checks were completed before they got on the vessel. So they knew that everything that they need, they had it, and everything was working in the spec that it should be. Being extremely organized with all their equipment on the boat and with their survey forms. And then finally, being patient with fishers to foster good relations. So not at the beginning, overly pushing the need for the space they need or the time, just understanding how to work together. Finding the solutions, I think, as one ambassador put it, for being together on board. Another issue was witnessing non-compliance or bad practices. And this was mainly fishers using unsafe handling and releases of vulnerable species and non-releases of undersized individuals. Now, our observer teams were not there to enforce anything. So what they did was to inform the fishers about the importance of the species. And then as the relationships grew, repeating this information to try and create that change in behavior. And then finally, setting a common schedule with the fishers. So fishers operate and have varied duties over a 24-hour period. And obviously various factors have contributed as to whether the fishers will fish. The most common one, weather, but more recently, obviously the COVID pandemic and the fuel crisis that's hitting quite a few countries at the moment are contributing factors as to knowing if a fisherman will go out or not. And the overall response to all those different issues as to finding the common schedule was to have this personal contact with the fishers in an exchange of numbers, phone numbers. For the fishers, for their feedback, they were asked if they had to make any major adaptations to their vessel to allow an observer to come on board. The majority, all but one, said no, just the need to make a space for an observer. The only fisher who made sort of a dramatic change to his vessel to accommodate an observer shows how enthusiastic he was to have the observer on board was to install a toilet on board the vessel. But all the others, it was just to make a little bit of room, and nothing else was seen like necessary for them to do to accommodate an observer. They were also asked what aspects or actions did they think help form good collaborations. And it was obvious from the feedback that the fishermen respected the observers as being knowledgeable, well educated, and that they could learn from them. But it was also equally important that this respect was returned to the fishermen and that the observer can learn from the fisher as well. As to whether or not helping with the duties of the fishermen on board, we've heard this can be a little bit tricky, and it was divided between the fishers as to whether or not they wanted an observer to assist with their help or not. Some saw it as very positive, and some observers were expected to help with the crew. But then others did not want any help from the observers. So I think as one feedback comment we got, which sums it up perfectly, is not everyone likes observers getting involved with their work. So the key here is adapt to each situation and ask or offer help. And then finally, one of the things that the fishers actually said was really important as well was not sharing important information or data with the competing fishermen. And obviously the main thing is fishing area. So an observer has to understand what information is personal and what needs to be kept private. And the main one is obviously the fishing area. Okay. So those were the main points from the feedback we got from all the observers and the fishers into onboard observations. So what we would like to do now is welcome any questions or any points anyone wants to make about any of those, any of the obstacles, the solutions that we've mentioned, or anything else that people feel that's might have been missed from their experiences. We are running a little bit behind, so you can either use the raise hand button or write in the question in the chat. Okay. Is there anyone? Was there anything not clear in what any of the solutions or the problems? I think everyone's explained it perfectly. Thank you. Let's see. No, I don't think there are any questions. Okay, right. Well, if anyone thinks of anything
Oui.
later on. Oh, hello.
Victoria, est-ce que
Yes.
vous m'entendez?
Ne? Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
j'ai un petit commentaire seulement. J'ai beaucoup apprécié,
Please go
Victoria.
ahead.
D'accord, j'ai beaucoup apprécié le tableau que vous avez présenté. Donc, le tableau qui résume tous les problèmes et les solutions proposées. J'ai apprécié aussi le feedback des pêcheurs avec les observateurs également. J'ai une autre remarque par rapport aux commentaires qui ont été présentés. Donc, j'étais heureux d'écouter les, les, les expériences vécues euh, par les autres observateurs, que ce soit en Turquie ou en Tunisie. Mais malgré le différent de l'environnement la différence culturelle et tout, je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de ressemblances. Donc, c'est presque les mêmes remarques, les mêmes, plus ou moins les mêmes obstacles par rapport ici au Maroc. C'est plus ou moins c'est la même chose. Le point que je vois, c'est très important, c'est la côté sensibilisation et la vulgarisation scientifique pour, euh, pour, euh, pour, pour approcher plus aux pêcheurs. Donc voilà, c'est ça ce que je voulais dire. Merci.
Thank you, Ayman. Yes, indeed. It is. It actually made my job a lot easier when I got everyone's feedback from all the different countries. There's a lot of similarities. It's it is good to see this also from the fishermen. There's a lot of enthusiasm for them to learn, and I believe that came out as well of fishermen wanting to know more about the vulnerable species, but also the comments we got from some of our observers, learning from the fishes as well. There are things they didn't know. So it shows that wonderful amount of exchange and mutual respect, which came out as being one of the key points of being of building trust, especially, well, throughout, I think, all methodologies, but mainly from the onboard observations. Okay, so if there's no more questions, oh, there are. Aisha, please go ahead.
Hi, Vicky.
Hi.
I don't have a question. Just I would like add one more detail. As you know, we have national focal points, and during all observations and questionnaire phases, our national focal point follow all steps very closely. And sometimes she spent long times with observers to remind some details or difficulties, and it was very helpful, I think. I would like to thank to all national focal points here again. The national focal point position is an important position in this project too. We can add on or notes this detail too, because sometimes they are like bridge between observers and fishers.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Aisha, for raising that. And they are very, very key to the observer program for the observers and obviously helping with the implementation of the survey and the advice that they give, but also with our national focal points, they work at the collaboration at the other side, which we're not focusing on in this project, but also with the ministry as well, which is also vital within this project. So our national focal points are really at the center of this collaboration as well. So thank you. I know, Anis, we will come to you in 1 second. I think Iyaka, you wrote in the chat that you had a question. If we go to you first and then Anis.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Thank you all the speakers for their very nice explanation. I want to ask a question to Moroccan and Tunisian colleagues about the change of attitude of the fishermen, because some of them, as you said, they are feared of the consequences of the researches and surveys. So they don't really want to cooperate, or they just simply don't like the other people to go around. And but through this long period of onboard observation and also the port questionnaires, through the collaboration with fishermen, with your effort, have those any of the fishermen changed their attitudes towards you toward the end of the project or in the middle of the project? Have they become to be more cooperative than before? Because I know that it's kind of hard to work with the fishermen. Thank you.
On peut répondre?
Oh, hi Noya, please go ahead.
But you mean that they have changed their attitude toward the end?
Je peux répondre?
Oui, oui, vous pouvez y aller.
Pour nous, au Maroc, je parle de mon expérience. Au début, les pêcheurs ils sont moins motivés, mais vers la fin du projet, lorsqu'ils voient aussi notre travail à bord et qu'ils entrent dans la rapidité de leur travail aussi, ils sont bien motivés, mais il reste toujours des questions sur des motivations, surtout toujours ils voient qu'il faut toujours de l'argent pour participer. C'est ça leur interprétation. Mais en général, ils sont motivés, ils sont aussi d'accord pour toutes les directions de projet, aussi ils sont pour la protection des espèces vulnérables. Et c'est ça. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you, Noah. And Anis, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you, Vicky. I will give maybe also provide part of the answer to Ayaka question, because in the bycatch project, probably phase 1 was also quite helpful. I mean, there were a lot of difficulty when we start with fishers, but it's a mid-term, long-term project, and this helped a lot. I mean, they were looking to the same faces, the same people every day, every month, and this was quite helpful for the fisher and the observers. And I wanted also to react to the one comment in the chat. I found it quite interesting. It's a comment related to the observer program in UK, and I see that it is led by the government. And
Or just oh, that's it, microphones.
Okay. So I repeat, so it was mainly to also react to the comment, interesting in the experience also in UK. And if I'm not wrong, it's Ruby. If if there is also a feedback from there also for us to know more about this experience. But in our case, governments were mainly supervising, so they were not leading, and this was quite helpful, as it was mentioned by several observers. They were not controlling, and this was the key. I mean, the first month, the first day, this was quite difficult. Fisher were quite afraid. And when they understood that they are there to help, that they are there to collect data, to report data, to even make the link between the scientist, decision maker, trust start to be there between observers and fishers. But right now, what we have to do probably in the next phase of the bycatch project, it's also to come back to the fisher and show the results of all this work done with them, because they were helping a lot, and they are also expecting what will come from this project, because they were also highlighting this. Maybe some observer can provide some examples. Okay, we are helping, we are doing all this, but what will happen next? What you will do with all this data? So this is also something we need to take it into consideration. I just wanted to react on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anis. Okay. So we've also got another comment in the chat by I hope I pronounced this correctly, IPEC, who's a sociologist who joined us, is saying to refer to some of the qualitative research in academic literature, as most of the problems being discussed here is part of this academic literature. I'd just like to say with that, we did do, oh, hang on, let me just, we did do some research as the academic literature, but didn't find any that were in relation to the countries in which the bycatch program had been implemented. So we thought this would be obviously an added value for that as well. I don't know if there is any academic literature that we have missed relating to the countries in which we're implementing it. But thank you very much for the comment. I don't, thank you very much. Is there any others, or I will put up the slides for the questions that we have, and we will have a 10-minute break. So I will share screen very quickly before everyone goes. And as you can see, there are, here we go. 2 questions. We have the English on the left and the French on the right, and they're multiple choice. And what we would ask is over the break, when you come back, once you've had your refreshments, just to write in the chat the number of the question, 4, and then your personal view on the multiple choice answers there. That would be great. And if we can say for everyone to be back here by 10 to 1, that would be great. Okay, see you all in a bit. Thank you.
Did you know you can make animated explainer ads in videos just like this one using Toonly?
What's up, stream geeks? In this, all right, so we're going to start for live streaming to Facebook, which is found in that advanced button there, and scroll down to the part where it says allow live streaming meetings. So as you can see here, we've got Facebook, Facebook Workplace, YouTube, and custom live streaming. Now, custom live streaming would be Twitch or Restream.io or another application like Easy Live where you can stream directly to a custom RTMP. But for this video, we're just talking about Facebook here. Is inside the Zoom meeting client here, what you're going to see is this more button down here in the corner. So that more button there allows you to click it and then just literally
Το more, το κουμπί, για να κάνω live stream το meeting της Βίκης στο Facebook.
Με ακούτε? Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε? Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε? Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε? Με ακούτε? Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε? Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε? Ωραία, με ακούτε. Ναι, δεν σας ακούω εγώ. Θέλω να δώσω ένα θέμα. Vicky, hello, I'm speaking to Greek, sorry, because there seems to be a request to live stream it. And I heard a lady speaking in Greek, so that's why I wanted to speak in Greek and find a solution quickly with her.
Okay, let me just bear with me. It was Effie, our communications officer, but let me just see if I can find her.
Ναι, αυτά θέλω να τα πω. May I turn to Greek?
Of course, it was Vicky,
It
actually.
would be quicker. Okay,
Yes.
it was Vicky. Καλησπέρα. Αυτό που ήθελα να πω, γι' αυτό ήθελα να μιλήσουμε γρήγορα στα ελληνικά για να το λύσουμε, είναι μπορεί να μην μπορείτε να βρείτε το κουμπί More, γιατί δεν είστε host και είστε co-host. Αυτή μπορεί να είναι μία εξήγηση. Απλώς, όταν κάνα πρόβλημα, εγώ μπορώ να σας κάνω host για να δώσουμε μία λύση τώρα. Mr. Alpha is doing that. Okay. Το κουμπί More εγώ το βλέπω που είμαι host επίσης. Πείτε μου τι θέλετε να κάνω, γιατί το αίτημα αυτό το διαβάζω τώρα. Align privately. Ωραία. Μπορεί η κυρία Στάρφα να μου μιλήσει στα ελληνικά πριν αρχίσουμε? Είναι εφικτό για να βρούμε μια λύση πολύ πιο γρήγορα από το να γράφουμε στο chat? Είναι εφικτό αυτό? Μάλιστα, ευχαριστώ. Κυρία Στάρφα, με ακούτε? Κυρία Στάρφα, με ακούτε παρακαλώ? Με ακούτε?
Let me just go and find her because I'm in the same office. Apologies, everyone. We'll just be a couple of more moments.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Angela. She's just going to message you for the direct chat line.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So you want to continue? We'll type with her. That's what you mean.
Yes, that's what she said she's going to do.
Okay, okay, okay, okay.
Vicky, can you share the questions again?
Yes, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If it's possible, can you put them a bit more bigger?
Yes, let's see. Here we go. How's that?
Or better, thanks.
Better, okay. So we'll just give it one more minute. Okay, right. We are back, everyone. Sorry for the slight, well, a longer break. Then we're never a bad thing, start with port-based questionnaires. Okay. Right, moving on. So now we're going to be looking at port-based questionnaires. So again, I would like to invite our ambassadors to talk about their experiences. And again, we will start in Morocco, following the same order as we did before. So Ayman, would you like to start for your experiences with the port-based questionnaires and your advice from the field in regards to carrying out those surveys? Ayman, are you still with us? Or we can start with Noah if Noah is ready.
Oui, oui, oui, je suis là.
Okay. Would you like to share your thoughts and your experiences
d'accord.
for
Les
port-based
réponses
questionnaires?
par questionnaire, oui. Oui. Donc, pour la question 4, 4, c'est par rapport...
No, sorry. For the port-based questionnaires now, we are going on to this methodology.
Ah, d'accord, d'accord. Je partage mon écran, d'accord. C'est bon?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Alors, par rapport à l'élaboration des questionnaires au niveau des ports, comme j'ai déjà dit que j'ai travaillé au niveau du port d'Al Hoceima et de Mdir. Alors, je vois que cette partie est complémentaire des embarquements à bord, parce que les embarquements à bord et l'établissement des bonnes relations avec les pêcheurs et les capitaines de pêche nous aident beaucoup à faire des questionnaires, bien sûr. Mais comme déjà mentionné par nos collègues, notre collègue, il a mentionné que ça dépend de s'il y a des captures ou non. Donc, comme vous savez, si le capitaine arrive à capturer une quantité importante des ressources, donc il rentre au port donc, dans une étape psychique très, très positive qui facilite, qui facilite l'élaboration d'un questionnaire. Ça, c'est un facteur principal et qui influence sur la facilité d'élaboration des questionnaires. Si le contraire, s'il y a pas de capture, et là, je parle particulièrement des sardiniers, la pêche de sardiniers. Parce qu'il y a un problème au niveau de la Méditerranée. Comme vous savez, c'est l'attaque de grands dauphins. S'il y a un attaque, il n'y a pas de capture, là, c'est un peu difficile de faire un questionnaire avec le capitaine. Donc, c'est un peu difficile. Donc ça en fonction s'il y a des captures ou non. Ça, je parle particulièrement des sardiniers. Pour les chalutiers, il n'y a pas de grande différence. On peut faire des questionnaires facilement. Le deuxième point, c'est trouver le moment approprié. Ici, on peut choisir le moment avant par exemple, on peut faire des questionnaires avant d'embarquer. On fait des questions sur les captures du matin. Comme ça, on peut, on peut trouver le capitaine un peu un peu à l'aise et donc il peut nous aider plus par rapport au questionnaire. Le deuxième point, c'est des pêcheurs qui ne veulent pas participer. Ça, je ne pense pas que j'ai rencontré ce problème. Il y a tous les pêcheurs peuvent contribuer à l'élaboration des questionnaires, sauf il y a parfois, ils nous donnent des informations un peu qui ne sont pas complètes. Ça, c'est le problème, c'est les données qui sont, on ne parle pas de fiabilité, mais on parle plus des données incomplètes, vu le manque du temps et d'autres contraintes. Donc là, on peut trouver ce problème. Également, il y a le problème D. J'ai fréquenté beaucoup le problème D, c'est par rapport à l'identification correcte des espèces vulnérables. Donc, la majorité des pêcheurs, ils ont ce problème. Ils peuvent par exemple, identifier le groupement. Oui, oui. Par exemple, on parle des raies, ils peuvent identifier les raies en général, mais de spécifier de quelle espèce euh, précisément, c'est pas toujours le cas. Donc, ce point, il est très fréquent, l'identification correcte des espèces vulnérables. Et là, je propose les guides que nous avons parlé, de faire des guides avec des photos ou bien de renforcer, de faire des séances de formation sur l'identification des espèces. Et ce point, je vois que surtout les jeunes pêcheurs, ils ont plus capacité d'apprendre et de réagir. Avec ce problème d'identification des espèces, ils ont beaucoup d'énergie de motiver dans ce point. Donc voilà. Donc, je peux résumer que l'élaboration des questionnaires, il y a beaucoup d'éléments qui influencent dans ce point. Donc, c'est l'état, si le pêcheur est heureux, s'il est bien ou non. Sur les espèces, s'il y a des espèces vulnérables capturées ou non, s'il y a de bonnes relations avec les pêcheurs. Donc, il y a beaucoup d'éléments, mais comme j'ai déjà dit en premier, c'est l'élaboration des embarquements. Il joue un rôle très important parce que on est dans le cas on a déjà connu les pêcheurs. Ça nous facilite beaucoup cette tâche de questionnaire. Et merci.
Thank you very much, Ayman. That was wonderful. Thank you. Unfortunately, I just saw a comment just at the end from Andrea. I'm sorry for everyone who's speaking to share their slides in slideshow view so they can be seen. So I apologize. I only just saw that at the end. But thank you so much, Ayman. That was wonderful. And now if we can move quickly on to Noah.
Oui,
The floor is yours. Thank you. Hello, Noah. At the moment, we've lost you sound-wise.
Je vais seulement ajouter des choses à ce qui est. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
We did have you for a moment, and then we lost you. What we can do, Noah, is we can move on onto the Tunisian talks, and we can come back to you in a moment if that's acceptable. Okay. Okay, lovely. Thank you, Noah, and we'll come back to you. Keep us in the chat as well, if just to let us know that everything is okay. And so to Tunisia, we have
Maintenant, vous m'entendez maintenant?
actually that's better. It's better for our translators. Okay, brilliant.
J'ai dit que je vais seulement ajouter des choses parce que Ayman a évoqué tout. Pour les questionnaires au port, nous avons toujours procédé vers, premièrement, l'explication de l'intérêt de notre projet et qu'elle entre dans la durabilité de l'activité des pêcheurs et aussi dans la protection de l'environnement marin et la protection des espèces vulnérables. Parmi les obstacles qui sont dépassés après la présentation, après qu'on se représente pour les pêcheurs et l'explication de l'intérêt du projet. Premièrement, on choisit le moment favorable pour interpréter ou bien pour discuter avec les pêcheurs. On évite les moments de maintenance des navires ou bien lorsqu'ils perdent des engins à bord. Aussi la période de non-activité ou bien la baisse de leur activité. Aussi parmi les difficultés. Moi, j'ai pas cette difficulté, mais des collègues, lorsque j'étais dans la première période en Nador, la plupart des pêcheurs parlent le dialecte réfin ou bien berbère. Cela infecte la communication, donc les observateurs ne comprennent bien ce qu'il a été dit par les pêcheurs. Aussi par les difficultés d'obtention d'informations exactes à cause des soit que les pêcheurs ne veulent pas donner les coordonnées exactes de la zone de pêche ou bien les coordonnées où ils ont pris un bycatch. Mais après l'explication toujours des objectifs de projet, nous avons dépassé ces difficultés. Aussi, il y a un autre obstacle, c'est toujours les pêcheurs, lorsqu'on veut discuter avec eux, ils demandent s'ils vont répéter la même chose toutes les fois, toujours les mêmes questions. Et je pense que ça, c'est grosso modo. Et merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Noah, and thank you for quickly resolving your sound issue. That was perfect. Thank you. Okay, so if we can move over now to Tunisia, and we have Rehab and Well, if I pronounced your name correctly. Who would like to go first? Rehab, you're unmuted. Would you like to start, and then we'll come to you afterwards? Well, is that okay?
Okay. Bonjour une autre fois. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, pour les sorties, pour les enquêtes dans les ports, donc presque on se comporte avec la même manière pour obtenir la chance de sortir en mer avec les pêcheurs. Bien sûr, il faut toujours attendre le moment favorable avant de parler avec un pêcheur. Il faut éviter toujours de parler avec lui quand il est occupé ou bien quand il se prépare à sortir en mer. J'ai une petite remarque peut-être sur l'enquête. Elle était un peu plus longue. Ça prend beaucoup de temps pour le remplissage. Donc, parfois, on se trouve, je me trouve poser des questions semblables. Donc, j'ai essayé parfois de poser une question qui peut mener à plusieurs réponses pour ne pas répéter les mêmes questions à chaque fois. Une autre chose, la guide de poche pour l'identification, ça nous a aidé bien à identifier les espèces capturées. Ça nous a aidé bien avec les pêcheurs. Ça a été très clair pour nous et pour les pêcheurs aussi. Quoi d'autre pour les enquêtes? Donc, malheureusement, il y a une répétition dans les questions. C'est tout. C'est le seul problème que j'ai rencontré. La longueur de l'enquête et la répétition de quelques questions. Il y a des questions qui sont presque semblables pour le pêcheur. Pour nous, c'est clair, mais pour le pêcheur, c'est presque les mêmes questions. Et merci.
Thank you, Rahab. That's a point that I know was common also that we found in Turkey. I see Melton nodding her head there. So yeah, it was something that was brought up in Turkey as well when we first initiated the activities in there. So it's interesting to hear that it was felt across the board as well. Thank you. And now if we go over to Well, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right, so I do apologize if I've got it wrong.
Thanks, Victoria. You hear me?
The floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So thanks, Victoria. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm very happy to be here with you in this workshop. So my presentation will be in French. I will start now. Donc, je suis Well Gauchet, observateur au sein du projet bycatch, durant la première et la deuxième phase du projet. Donc, au cours de ce projet, j'ai fait la tâche d'observation à travers deux méthodes complémentaires, à savoir l'observation indirecte via les fiches questionnaires et l'observation directe à travers les sorties en mer ou les missions en mer. Et ceci pour les deux sous-régions géographiques, GSA 12 et GSA 13. Donc, pourquoi je suis un observateur? Donc, je suis un observateur parce que je suis quelqu'un qui aime le travail terrain, aime être en contact direct avec la nature. Je m'adapte rapidement aux différentes conditions défavorables et j'ai le pied marin. Donc, à mon avis, ces critères sont un atout pour un bon profil d'observateur. Parlons maintenant de mon expérience professionnelle en tant qu'un observateur. Alors, comme vous le savez, le projet bycatch, c'est un projet qui s'intéresse aux prises accidentelles des espèces vulnérables, à savoir les tortues et les oiseaux marins, les mammifères marins, le requin et les raies, ainsi que des coraux et des éponges. Alors, les techniques de pêche principales concernées sont le chaluteau, les filets de fond comme les filets maillons et les trenailles, les palangres de fond ainsi que la scène tournante coulissante. Alors, j'ai commencé cette expérience en novembre 2020. Donc, au début, les choses ne sont pas aussi faciles, surtout que je suis seul dans un port où je connais personne et je dois identifier le bon pêcheur coopératif et de le convaincre pour nous fournir des informations documentées et surtout des informations fiables. Alors, pour cela, qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? J'ai cherché une personne ayant une crédibilité et fiabilité auprès des pêcheurs, comme par exemple un marailleur ou un chef d'arrondissement de pêche, et qui va servir l'intermédiaire entre l'observateur, c'était entre moi, et les pêcheurs. Alors, une fois donc cette relation est établie, il est très important de le consolider pour gagner la confiance des pêcheurs. C'est pour cela qu'il faut être vraiment sociable pour bien s'intégrer avec eux et essayer de maintenir le contact à travers des communications téléphoniques, des visites au port et pourquoi pas les inviter pour un café ou un petit repas. Alors, autre chose, il est vraiment très important de respecter certaines conditions pour assurer la réussite de l'enquête. Donc, la première chose, c'est de choisir le bon moment pour faire l'enquête. Et c'est généralement après le débarquement des poissons, lorsque les pêcheurs sont en stand-by, par exemple, ou lors de l'entretien des engins et de l'éviter de le faire, surtout pendant le débarquement des poissons et lors de la préparation de la campagne de pêche. Également, pendant la réalisation des enquêtes, il faut vraiment laisser le pêcheur à l'aise, il ne faut pas les presser, faire des compléments, être toujours à l'écoute et ne te rompre pas, même s'il parle sur d'autres problèmes qui touchent les pêcheurs et le secteur de pêche de façon générale. Et surtout, n'insiste pas trop si le pêcheur a des réserves sur certaines informations. Donc, toutes ces mesures m'ont permis vraiment de développer la relation avec le pêcheur, une relation professionnelle vers une amitié. Et donc, le travail est devenu beaucoup plus facile. Les données fournies sont plus fiables et aussi pas des difficultés pour trouver un bateau de pêche pour faire les sorties à bord. Et même, j'ai pu convaincre certains pêcheurs à participer à la collecte des données, ce qu'on appelle le self-reporting ou l'auto-échantillonnage. Et merci pour votre attention.
Hello, thank you. Well, that
Thank you.
was really enlightening, especially with the self-reporting, which we're going to go into a little bit later as well, because that's been one of the hardest methodologies to get established in throughout the whole program. So that's really, really good. And possibly we'll come back to you to get some more insights on that as well from you. That would be really great. Okay, thank you. Right now, if we can go over to our Turkish ambassadors. So we have Dezikan and Nalifer. Who would like to go first? Nalifer, I can see you're unmuted. Would you like to add some points for port-based questionnaires?
Yeah, it's all the questions, it was too long. So when mostly fishermen doesn't want to have long time with us. So as much as we catch up them when they cleaning their fish nets, so we can have discussed more, we can have a more longer time. And also, yeah, before I can say at the we visit them similar time, so we know next month we will see each other. So after couple months they understand. So we are not just going and asking some question and back. So it's a long-term process. Also, we try to learn their local.
D'apprendre leur jargon. Quand on leur posait des questions, pour eux, les termes utilisés étaient trop techniques. Nous avons essayé donc de trouver quels sont les termes utilisés localement. Et quelquefois, lorsqu'ils répondent à nos questions, si nous ne sommes pas sûrs d'avoir reçu la bonne réponse ou la réponse appropriée, on essaye de rephraser, de reformuler la question pour avoir la bonne réponse et on essaye de s'assurer qu'ils ont bien compris. Ils doivent toujours être donc conscients de ce que nous faisons lorsqu'on les rencontre. Quelquefois, le moment n'est pas approprié pour leur poser des questions. Donc, il faut pouvoir choisir le moment approprié, être à leur écoute. Et il faut dire qu'ils apprécient beaucoup les petits cadeaux, petits souvenirs. Mais après plusieurs échanges sur le questionnaire, et il ne faut pas donc leur donner ces cadeaux directement.
So that's it. Thank you.
No, thank you. That was wonderful and all nice and clear as well. And yeah, we can see sort of, I think as we go like from person to person, observer to observer, there is quite a lot of similarities with what everyone's finding with this methodology. I think the overarching thing is patience, the time to build up that relationship and trust. If not, it seems from what we've heard takes longer than the onboard observation. And last but not least, Dennis Khan, I invite you to take the floor once again, sir. So the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where can I start? Yeah, for me, that's the questionnaire part is totally like a jazz improvisation, and our colleague Laman, I guess, the first colleague who talked about the dialect. It's one of the most important thing, I guess, because the names of the species can change from port to port, and it's a big issue for the data collection quality. And what I want to say about we mostly choose bad weathers to find fishermen on the port when they are fixing their gears. And also the full moon is really useful because most of fishermen, they don't go to fish on the full moon. So those dates are really efficient for data collection. And the other issue that what I can add, the asking for help from fisher to find another fisher. It's a nice idea to increase the number of questionnaires and to reach the fishermen. And there is another trick that mostly I try to find the one alpha fisher, which is got really good relationship with the other fishers, and mostly they help you, and it's really useful methodology for collecting data. Apart from work, that it's the same thing, like what can I say about questionnaire. It's the same issue with onboard observations, that visiting fishers just to chat or to drink something is also useful for and more sustainable for the relationships. And the most important thing is I guess that it takes too much time on for identifying birds, because fishers are not really, they don't, their importance is for underwater living source, not the flying ones. So for them, all of them are seabirds. So the most hardest point, what I see, is the identifying of the seabirds. And what can I say that about, don't hesitate to ask your colleagues, because 80% of the life is under the water, and it's really normal that we can't identify all the species and fishes neither. And thank you. Shukran, Efkaristopoli, merci, thanks, teşekkürler, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Dezikan.
And I want to thank from here to other colleagues, other observers in this project, and thank you.
No, thank you. That was wonderful. It's good to have see some different elements coming through as well. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone as well. Okay, so as with the previous onboard observations, going to share with you now Aisha, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I would like to add one more detail. The observers, they learned to work like a translator, but during this project, they learned the local language from fishers, and they translate the scientific terminology to local terminology during the project. Because Nilüfer mentioned it, the terminology of this project was a bit strange for fishers, but observers learned the local language of fishers, and they translated the questionnaires terminology to local terminology. It was a important phase during this project.
Yes, and can I add something as well, that if you don't use the same terminology of the fisher, or say the jargon, let's say, the trust is not really, you can't gain their trust, and so
You've used a bit of as an outsider, we would say.
Yeah, and it totally affects the data quality as well.
No, thank you both for those points, because I think I don't know about anyone else, but when I've heard about having to use a local language, I personally only thought of it as referring to the species rather than actually in terms of more of a local dialect. So thank you for bringing out that point some more. That's great. So as we did before with the slideshow, here we go. With the onboard observations, we're going to now do the same with the port-based questionnaires for the summary of all the information that we got from the observers and the fishers. A lot of this has already been said by our ambassador observers right now, which is well, validates it, but for all the countries, issues that were faced in the field. So finding the appropriate time to complete the survey. I think we've heard that quite a lot now. Different reasons why. So fishers having a bad day, for various reasons that we've heard, having a bad catch, or number of reasons. Can be personal reasons, can be due to the catch that they've received for that day. They're busy carrying out other duties. So obviously there are a lot of things that they have to do at port as well. And knowing which one is the appropriate time to come up to and approach them is can be different, and you have to adapt to every fisher. And then also being aware of other issues which are affecting fishermen at the time. So like we mentioned before, with the rising fuel costs, so an observer should be aware of what is happening around and other factors affecting fishes. How were these overcome? So the various things in which the observers said how they did this was form frequent communication with the fishers to establish a common schedule. So we hear that by revisiting the ports at different times of the day, or we've even had some observers who have remained at the ports for very long periods of time. Even the fisher seeing them when they are heading out to fish, and then they stay there. And when they come back, they see that the observer is still there. Hello, sorry, I think I pressed something and I left. So sorry about that, everyone. I'm back now. Right. Let me reshare screen. Okay. Okay. So, and one other suggestions that came up for finding the appropriate time was to speak to, if they have them, local fishing cooperatives, to find out from them what they suggest is the best time to come along and speak to the fishers. So the other issue faced in the field that all countries stated was, again, fishers not willing to participate. And reasons for that was survey fatigue. So having so many questionnaire surveys being done before, fishers not hearing anything about the results of the study, and also not seeing any changes that are occurring because of this. So I suppose it can be a bit disheartening or frustrating to always see these people come along, you give them information, and then that's it. You never hear anything else. Also, again, some fishers were worried about consequences of legal actions and the increased regulations, again, working near or within marine protected areas. And then, as mentioned above, if fishers were having a bad day. So, as we've just been told, develop a dialogue with the fishers. Talking to them in their own language is very, very important for building trust. If you've already established a collaboration with another fisher, ask them to come along and introduce you, if possible, to other fishers. So to bridge that gap. Also knowing the questionnaire and asking the questionnaire spontaneously or as part of a normal conversation. And I guess that comes into play from what we've heard with observers saying that the questionnaire was very long with the repetitive questions. So being able to know the questionnaire in great detail and discuss it as if it was less of a formal conversation can help with easing information from the fishers. Also building relationships with fishers with non-survey, non-work related conversations as well. And as we've heard before, bringing small gifts to offer and to help with their boat maintenance. Other issues that were faced in the field that weren't necessarily commented by all the countries was the non-reliable and incomplete data. So as we've heard, fishers reluctant to share sensitive data, again, particularly on fishing areas. Fishers not providing all the information that the survey wants them to provide. And this neglecting or avoiding an answer, answering a question, just going round the question and not giving an answer to the observer. And then finally, like we've heard with the repeating questions, with conflicting answers. So how observers overcame this? Explaining the purpose of the project and how it benefits the fishers and the fishery. So it's the focus is shifting from to help reduce bycatch, but how does this help the fishery? Communicate with sincerity and repeat visits to a port. And then we did get some confliction here with the response we get because we had obviously the remarks here made today about the repetitiveness of some questions. And here we have to try and get more reliable data, re-asking questions. So obviously in some cases, observers felt that re-asking the same question helped to get a more reliable data. And then finally, with the patients, building relationships with the fishers, them seeing you week after week after week, month after month, they begin to create that trust. And the observers have noticed an increase in the data quality that they were getting from the fishers. And then, as with onboard observation, correct identification of vulnerable species. So again, as mentioned, different terms used to describe species across the different regions and ports. So having the photo ID guides that were produced within the framework of the project led by IUCN Med, and fishers actually sharing photos with the observers as well, wanting to get their opinion on what species they've got if they don't know which one it is. Now the feedback from our fishers, apologies, go forward, there we go. As to, they were specifically when they said was a good time for an observer to approach them. And I think the most common answer we got was when they're not busy, which we needed to get a little bit more information from them as when they classify as not busy. Most of them gave different answers. So, as was the outcome from the Moroccan workshop, where they had observers and fishers, observers need to adapt to each situation and communicate personally with the fishermen and ask them when the appropriate time was. Fishers were also asked what were the key actions that observers did that helped build trust between them and the researchers. And one of the key aspects was to be an attentive listener and to establish a good dialogue with the fishers. So as they say here, listened to our problems and chatted with us, but also being cheerful was also one of the key aspects that came through from the feedback. And then finally, offering to support the fisher. So whereas on onboard observations, we had some fishermen like observers to help, others prefer the observers not to interfere with the work. For the port-based questionnaires, there was more response from fishers saying when observers were doing the questionnaire, they helped them, even by just making them tea or helping them clean their nets as well. Okay, so once again, thank you to all of our ambassadors. We do now have a question and answer phase. So anyone would like to add any points on what's been said for port-based questionnaires? Anything that you feel that might have been missed, that's not really, that should be included, that hasn't been included, or any questions that you would like to ask any of our observers? I'll just give everyone a couple of minutes. Aha. Is it Dimas? Dimas? Hello, welcome. Floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice to see this effort in the Mediterranean and all the presentations about all these aspects. I'm based in Brazil. I have been working with bycatch, both at sea and also extensively in the port, with port interviews and also collecting logbooks from fishermen. And I started to work in 2010 in the Albatross Task Force. So I'm currently based on BirdLife, and after like 10 years in the Albatross Task Force, I'm now working with the high sea fisheries for tuna and tuna-like species. I just wanted to mention about the port interviews that answers can be different if we are making questions about something that is prohibited or understood as concerning. For example, if we ask, I'm telling this based on the experience we had here in Brazil. So if we ask about like the catch or no concerning parts of the operations, we expected to see more reliable information. And we know that because we use it to compare data from port interviews and logbook, like data auto-reported by fishermen with data collected at sea. And we see this divergence in relation to bycatch or even the use of mitigation measures when those measures become mandatory in the country. So from my experience, fishermen are more likely to give you less reliable answers when the questions are about things that can incriminate them, like prohibited species or bad practice at sea. So it's just an overall comment for the group. And I would like to say again, congratulations for this effort. And it's really amazing to see this work being conducted in the Mediterranean. So, and my question is the ambassadors have some feeling about that, or how you deal with it, or if you have seen this as well in your regions. Thank you very much. Last speaking here from early morning in Brazil.
Thank you for joining us. What time is it in Brazil?
Oh, now is 10 to 8. The meeting started 6 o'clock here.
Wow, thank you very much. That's wonderful. Okay, so any of our ambassadors would like to respond to that?
Denise Chan is raising the hand.
Sorry, I just saw that. Hi, Denise.
Thank you. Dear Dimas, that's really, really true. To the GFCM data collection methodology, I can say the confidential interval of the questionnaires from the fishermen is about 60 to 40%. That's mean the half of the data can be not reliable, can be live. So that's why I guess we support, Anis will tell it more better, I guess. But when I collect the data from the fisher, I always hesitate them a bit bad. I say, oh, come on, you're a big fisherman. How can you fish that quantity? What will you eat? I mean, I sometimes I touch their personal values, and sometimes I ask and to the other fisher, because they always know how many fish they fished, the others, and on the ports they always observe the others. But about the bycatch species, it's a huge problem, as you mentioned, and also it's the same. There are same issues in other observer programs in the high seas, like Kira or the other. So this is the issue. But when you treat them a bit hard, or when you provocate them, you get close to the real answer more quickly or more safely. Thank you. But I mean, it's totally up to your relationship.
Thank you, Denise. Anis, you have your hand raised. Hey.
Yes, thank you, Vicky. No, I wanted to also react to the very good point raised by our friend from Brazil, Dimas, and already Denise provided very good answer. Just to highlight also some additional point on this issue. These projects have something in particular that we have a multi-taxa approach. And this is also was quite helpful. I mean, we were not only interested in seabirds, on sea turtles, but in many species at the same time. So this was already helpful to communicate with fishers. But the main issue was mainly with sharks and rays, unfortunately, because some of them are endangered, some of them can be commercialized, and they are not prohibited in all the countries. So anytime there is this issue, some observers were facing some difficulties to get the answer. But here again comes the very good role that have all these observers being on board, being at port, helping even fishers to do some self-reporting. And Dennis was highlighting this. It depends on the relationship. When the relationship is becoming more powerful, you can have very reliable data. And observers are also able to do the difference between the different sampling methodologies. And here comes the best, because taking all this data we succeed to collect from questionnaires, from onboard observation, from self-reporting, in the data analysis report we are doing now, we are making the difference. So these are the rates if you consider the 3 sampling methodology. These are the rates of bycatch if you consider only observer on board. And these are the rates if you consider only questionnaire. And sometimes there are very, very big differences. The observer on board is the best way. And that's why we are insisting on the role of observers. This is something that should continue in the MED, not only count on the logbook or on the questionnaires, because they are providing an added value. They are completing even the period where observer cannot be on board. But we need to continue with observing on board, and to continue also with the multi-taxa approach, even if in some countries there are 1 or 2 taxa that are more threatened than others. But from this project, this is maybe one of the major output. We can say we need observers and we need both sampling on board questionnaires and self-report. And again, thank you, Dimas, for a very good point. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you, Anis. Dimas, the floor is yours again.
So thank you very much, Dennis and Anis, for your answers. And it's really cool that the multi-tax approach helps a lot indeed. And from my experience for the group is when we are talking about the bycatch species, when we approach fishermen, of course, we always have to communicate about the conservation aspects. But if we are going to a fisherman to ask about seabird bycatch, for example, and we start telling them this, look, it's extremely bad when you kill the seabirds. They are highly endangered. This is the most important problem in the world. This is really terrible. We know that's true, but we will expect fishermen being protective, auto-protective, and not likely to tell me these things. They will really think, oh, I will not tell them I'm killing all that much because it's such a terrible thing. So in our experience, we always start with questions like, oh, we are interested in the overall relationship with seabirds and fisheries. And oh, do you see seabirds? Or do they interact with your fisheries? Sometimes do you catch any birds? And then we can have more reliable information. Fishermen will feel more comfortable to answer the correct questions, rather when we start like kind of scaring them up about the how bad is the bycatch. Just an overall comments and a tip for the group for interacting with the fishermen. And thank you very much for the floor.
No, thank you, and thank you for your advice as well. It's very valuable to us as well. Thank you so much. Okay, are there any more questions before we attempt to do a screenshot photo and then break for lunch because we're running a little bit late? No. Okay, brilliant. So quickly, before everyone shoots off, please, can those of you who have cameras, turn your cameras on, and we will do some screenshots. Just give them a couple of moments just for people to turn their cameras on, get ready, and okay, so I will go through the pages to get everyone. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. And then, bear with me one moment. Yes, and then we will just do the next page. And again, 1, 2, 3 for everyone. That's great. Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so as we are running a little bit behind, we've got 25 minutes for lunch. If possible, if I could ask for everyone to be back by 1:20 Central European time. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. 1:20 at Central European time. So we'll see you in roughly about just over 20 minutes, if that's okay. All right, thank you everyone, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Galip arıyor. Kimin bu? Ha. Alo. Eyvallah. Şey aldım. Sağ olun. Sen ne yapıyorsun? Biraz çıkalım.
Hello, everyone. I think if you can do a sign that you're back, and we'll slowly start again. Okay, I think while we're just waiting for people to come back after a very short break for lunch, I will just share my screen again with some more feedback questions as people are starting to come back. We'll just give it another 2 minutes and then we'll start. Okay. Are people, is everyone back? Or most people back? Yes, so raise your hands or put your camera on. Hello, hello, hello. Awesome, great. Okay, so on to our last couple of sessions. So I'm gonna start by sharing my screen again, because now we're gonna go onto the fish's self-sampling, which has been probably the hardest of the methodologies to implement and establish in within the program. And as we've heard, like in Tunisia, they had some success with, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 45 validated self-sampling surveys completed, which is excellent. But there was a lovely feedback quote that we got from one of the our Moroccan observers as to one of the main issues with this establishing a Fisher's self-sampling scheme. And that's because it's the time that stops them from self-sampling. For most of them, time is money. And this is something that we heard time and time again through the feedback with the fishermen. They want to fish. And obviously with anything that is a complicated or quite comprehensive data collection, obviously it takes time away from them from performing their regular duties. But that said, we did have quite a few positive feedback with how fishermen had contributed to the data collection, not through doing the self-sampling themselves, but by assisting the observers in the data collection. So fishers were providing photographs of vulnerable species that they caught and sharing it with observers from both the onboard observations, if they didn't have the observer with them at the time, but also for the port-based questionnaires. They wanted to find out more information about the species and talk to the observers that they'd got a relationship with over time. They were also directly calling the observers to inform them of the species they'd caught. For onboard observations, they were assisting in the collection of the biometric data, so actually assisting the observers while they were on board. And also there were 1 or 2 reports of fishermen bringing dead specimens back to the port so that the observers could collect the data at the port. So following on from that, we asked the fishers about their level of involvement within the Med Bycatch program, as to if they thought that this was high, average, or low. And as you can see, most of the fishers replied high or average, and they were satisfied with their involvement. They felt that the observers had given them a lot of feedback of the report, of the survey and of the results. And for those that had commented that they felt their participation was low, none of those fishers specified that they felt that it was because they wanted to be more involved and they needed to be more involved. It was either that they were extremely busy and they participated when they could, or that they didn't go fishing that often, or they were offshore for a long time. So that was a very positive response to know that for fishers, they were happy overall with how much they've been involved with the data collection aspect of it. They were also asked if there are any other areas or activities that they wanted to become involved in if we were thinking of expanding or going forward with the project as well. And there were 2 main activities that were identified. The first one being the trialing of the mitigation tools. So a lot of fishermen were very eager to be involved with this aspect of the project, partly because they feel that if we're going to test mitigation, of course, we should test it with fishermen because they're going to be the ones that are using it. But also with that, with any scheme of testing mitigation, they also specified that the fishermen would need support to either financial or with the equipment to be part of any mitigation trial. The other activity that came about was generally trainings overall. In particular, safe handling and release techniques, which some trainings have occurred throughout this project. But it also came out from specific areas, and we've heard actually from our ambassadors, training on other aspects. So the marine environment in general and how the role of the vulnerable species helps to maintain fishing economies and sustains fisheries in general. It was also felt, which I think it was said by Ayman, that younger fishermen seem to express more of an interest in this as well. So, as this was the most hardest to implement, we did get some feedback on how we can enhance this process of a fisherman's self-sampling scheme going forward. So it falls under two categories: ease of fishermen's participation. So under that, and the first point actually refers to all the methodologies, but it's relevant here as well, is to build on synergies and to organize between all the projects working within engaging with the fishermen in the ports to come together and collaborate with one another for a coordinated approach, so that we minimize the duplication in what we're asking for and the time it takes away from the fishermen to do all these surveys. And it will probably also help with what we've noticed. We had feedback from before in regards to survey fatigue. A lot of surveys coming through with the fishers as well. But again, also to help with fishermen's participation, identify the fishermen that are willing to be involved with a focus on the younger fishermen. Provide the training workshops that we've heard about, importance of marine habitats, the role that vulnerable species play in maintaining a healthy marine ecosystem and sustaining fisheries. And also for some particular areas, they specified that vulnerable species that are prohibited to be fished. So also like the species ID and knowing how this species is important and fits in the healthy marine ecosystem. And then the second point that came through from that was for the protocol and data collection. So it was specified that the method of collection needs to be simple and easy for them to complete while doing all the other operations they're doing on boat. And one such method that came through and was actually commented by a couple of fishers was the use of mobile phone apps, because I believe through the program in several places, certain groups have been set up between observers and the fishers through WhatsApp, so they can contribute their data, the species that they're catching, and send them to the observers directly. So that was very brief for the fishers self-sampling. It was a very tricky one to implement, and I don't know if anyone has any other feedback, because that's sort of the grand topo of what we received. The fishermen are enthusiastic, they are engaged, they do want to help, but an actual physical survey it would take too much time away from them from carrying out their other duties. So I don't know if anyone would like to add any other comments or something that they think has been missed in that overview of how fishermen can be more involved with a self-sampling scheme. Obviously, the benefits of a self-sampling scheme is to have it's a bit more sustainable, but there were a lot of feedback from fishermen stating that financial aid or some sort of incentive needs to be given to the fishermen. So I open the floor to suggestions or points that anyone would like to make on this topic. Any other things, any other points that people have got from the observers? From the fishers. While out in the field, or the mobile phone apps that the fishermen have been sending the information through. Yes, please, Nilofer, please go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, it might be the WhatsApp. It's so easy for them to just taking some photos and send us, and they can give us some where they catch it and how they are that or alive. Some, not too many, but every port has a 1 or 2 person, 2 fishermen. But this is my personal opinion. Actually, the workshop training, it's not reliable, I think, for the fishermen. Maybe it could be instead of, sorry?
Oh, no, sorry, someone has just, there we go, it's okay. You had unmuted, it's okay.
Okay.
Please carry on.
So instead of the training workshop, maybe fishermen and the biologist or any consultant who knows very well the species, they have a good communication, and when they send some photos, the fishermen, if they can get the feedback, this species, the endangered, or this species very important for the sea ecosystem. So this is their roles in the sea ecosystem. So it's should be not just one shot training. It's just they listen and they learn small amount information and then just gone. So we should, I think, find a way, another tool to inform them. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I come back to you? Just one question quickly. With the WhatsApp group, when you got the photo of the species and the location, did you manage to get any biometric data? Did you ask them to use something as a scale, or was that possible through?
Yeah, it's a we didn't have WhatsApp group. We have personally a phone number, and sometimes we ask, is there any species you catch? So or when they catch them, they just take a photo and send it. That's it. We don't have enough the information about how long, how many kilos, so just the species and location we have.
Okay, thank you. Nis?
Thank you, Vicky. No, I wanted also to share a personal opinion after have assessed this work done through both knowledge and sharing project, but also the bycatch project. The use of technology, the use of social media is making really fisher life and observer life quite easy. But there is something more important. I mean, what we succeed to have through the observer program, and thanks to our observers, it is human contact. I mean, even if it is just WhatsApp group or whatever, they see faces, they see the people behind this group. It's not someone from the other side of the world with the screen just collecting data. I mean, this made a big difference. So fishers start sharing their experience, they're sharing when they are releasing species, because every time in several documents, in several studies reported, we are putting too much pressure on the fishers saying they are doing this, but just to take the example of bycatch, we always provide data about how many species are bycaught, but few data about how many species are released alive, and they are released alive by fishers. So they appreciated that someone is taking this data, showing this data. Having some fisher, like we saw at the beginning of this workshop, in some movies, in some events, it's also something that provides them support to continue in this way and to talk even to other fishers. So definitely use of technology, but keeping the human contact. This will be the best advice, I think, from this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Anis. And Andrea, hello.
Hi. Thanks for all the presentations. It's been really informative watching everything and listening to everybody. Just for those who don't know me, I am with the Albatross Task Force in South Africa, and we've been working with bycatch issues for quite a few years now. I was really interested in the talks about an app. I think it's something that we've been thinking about but haven't really advanced, partly because it's so difficult to know what exactly do you ask in an app and how do you develop an app. We're biologists. I'm not technologically that savvy to engage in developing an app. However, I don't know if through the project that you have, it would be possible, for instance, to start looking at what an app would look like. What data would be asked, how one could interact with the fishermen. And I echo Anis's comments fully. The importance of direct human contact cannot be underestimated at all. We experienced that quite fully during the 2 COVID years we had here in South Africa, where we lost touch with the fishermen in ports and in harbors, and just that engagement really set us back in terms of mitigation news and in terms of feedback. So feedback is also another hugely important thing. And I think with an app, it should go a little bit beyond just asking for what we are interested in terms of what bycatch species are being caught, but also in some ways offer a platform for fishers to share things that are important to them. So just as an example, here in South Africa, fishermen have a lot of issues with seals. They take their bait or they get ensnared in their nets. So for them, often a conversation starter with a fisherman is to talk about, wow, how you experience the seals, have there been an issue for you with a catch? And they start opening up, and they want to share that kind of information in terms of, yes, the seals were bad or they were not, because in some ways they also want us to not just engage around seabirds, but they want help with other issues that are affecting them directly. So that could be, in a way, an incentive. So even if it's not monetary always, one can't always provide monetary incentives, but some incentives in terms of them being able to share their issues with us, that we can then maybe communicate to other platforms, or for it to form part of the databases that we can have in terms of information of what are the issues that are affecting fishermen and how can we address those some of them at least, and recreate that rapport with fishermen, which is incredibly important. And yeah, I would never underestimate the human contact in that respect. So thank you. That was just more an overall comment, and it would be great if through this project an app could be maybe discussed, and maybe there's something that we can share from here as well, and be part of from the Arbiters Task Force. We'd be really interested in that. Thank you.
No, thank you for joining us from South Africa as well. Thank you. I do actually, Aisha, I don't want to put you on the spot, but WWF Turkey made an app during the phase of the project. Was it specifically for collecting bycatch data with the fishers, or can you talk a little bit about that? Thank you.
Yeah, Vicky, it's an application for citizen science. Everybody can use it, including fishers. We created it on behalf of bycatch project and conservation of marine turtles project together. And the application has marine turtles, also cetaceans, and we will add now shark part, shark species. And it is not just for bycatch project and fishes, but all people can use it to add data or to add some observations results. Yeah, we will share it as soon as possible with you. Nilüfer is working for last corrections, and the trail of the application finalized. Hopefully, we will start to use it in August. Yeah. Also, this application is important for the sustainability of the field works, because we need data from field, and it will be a good tool to follow project activities, because we would like to continue to work with fishers and with other related parties. It will be a good tool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aisha. We look forward to seeing it. So that would be great. I think Ayaka, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you,
Hello.
Vicky. Thank you, Vicky. We actually, not for the Mediterranean, but actually we TUDAV and our partner in Bulgaria developed an app for citizen science in the Black Sea, and it covered all the not all, of course, but some of the fauna and flora seen in the Black Sea, including the seabirds. And it wasn't a huge success. The app is still around, and we still keep the website. It's called Black Sea Watch. You can take a look if you like. But the problem was because the people have so many apps in their telephones now, they don't want to put extra app on the telephone. So we had to convince people to actually, upload the app and use the app. So after uploading it, yes, some people started using it. So maybe with the fishermen, if we can give some small incentive, like giving a T-shirt or a cap or something to start with, that may help to develop and distribute such an app. For the Black Sea, we already have one, and for the Mediterranean, as I just said, if we can have another one in the Mediterranean Aegean Sea basin, that would be really great. But I think we need something to start off, to kick off for the use of the app.
Thank you, Ayaka. Okay. So any
Sorry, Vicky.
of course.
Also, I remember one more detail. The data, the application can be adapted from by other countries too. The institution who prepared the general rules and the data set, it is an applicable application. If someone Mediterranean country would like to adopt their language, they can adopt it.
Great, thank you, Aisha. Did you say what the name of the app will be, Aisha?
It's in Turkish, the name of the application. Yeah, Gözüm Doğada is like Nilüfer, how can we translate?
It's going to be chicken translate one. Maybe my eyes on nature.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Something like that.
Okay, great.
Maybe Ayaka can say better English.
Yeah, something like maybe the Mediterranean Sea Watch, because in the Black Sea one we also said that the Gözüm and the Karadeniz.
Yeah.
So it's about the same in in the translation. But yeah, you can think of a nice name in English and Arabic also, I think, so that people in the other parts of the Mediterranean can use it.
Yeah.
No, great, thank you. So any other feedback for fishes self-sampling? Otherwise, I'm going to post some more questions for a couple of minutes just to get your feedback. Okay, I see no hands, no chat. Okay, I'm going to share screen for a couple of minutes with some more questions for your feedback and for the fishing self-sampling. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, just a couple of minutes just to read through those questions and put your feedback again back in the chat. That would be great. Thank you.
Vicky, we can send a chat only to technical team and translators. Can you see it that way? Can we send it to technical support team? Can't hear you.
Yeah, this is what I wonder as well.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I see what you mean. Hi, is there anyone from
Oh, we can only text message to tech support or Podium Inter something.
Yeah, I see. Angelos, are you there?
Oh, nice mug.
No. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we do then, because they're probably looking into it now. I will stop sharing for a moment and share them again at the end, because we have one last presentation to go through, and this is for the Oh, hang on. What's they saying in the chat? Please, everyone send to Mediset. Yes, I don't know if you can hear us, but we don't have the option below.
There are just two options: tech support or what do you
Yes, we cannot choose to Mediset, I think.
Yeah.
Only two. We have two options.
Yeah, to the tech support or to nope, it just comes up direct message or to directly to the interpreters. But I just see while we're waiting for that, Effie, you have your hand raised. Please, the floor is yours. Or was that a mistake?
I said that only we choose to technical support and podium interpreters.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
You can change this, choose to change. Hang on. Nope. I'll tell you what, we'll carry on for the moment and then we will come back to that if that's all right. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so share screen. All right. Share, right. Here we go. Right, we got there eventually. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Right. So finally, at the end of the feedback that we asked for the fishes and all of our observers, we wanted to know what they thought were key actions, behaviors were responsible for building this trust, building this collaboration over the years. And it was asked to be in sort of different sections. So we first asked, what are the key things that you would give advice for an observer or a new researcher on how to make that first contact or approach a fisherman for collaboration? And this is generally speaking under any methodology. So, first of all, I'm not in slideshow mode. There we go. There we go. To provide an introduction of yourself to the fishers and also to be introduced by any other fishers that you may have collaborated with. So as we've heard also from some of our observers is that they introduce themselves as researchers, as students. That can sometimes be seen as, I suppose, less of an authority figure coming to do their research. Getting introduced by well-known fishers as well. Getting introduced by, someone that is well-known to fishers. So again, this can help with the cooperatives as well. If they have local cooperatives, you can go to make the first contact with them and they can give you advice. As we've heard quite a few times, speaking the language of the fishers as well. So fitting into their community. Explaining the project's objectives and importance that of fishers' contribution and how the project benefits fishers. Learning the fishers' name, so become personable with them, have respect and empathy for the fishers, to listen to all their issues, because there are more issues than what we are sort of trying to get information about with the bycatch that are affecting them. But also be a good listener and learn from them as well. Always ask permission to board a vessel. So even if going to do a port-based questionnaire, if the fisherman's on the vessel, make sure to ask if you can come aboard rather than just making the conversation and coming aboard. Approaching fishers while resting or sorting their nets. Now, this was the main duties that came out where people said that it was the best time to approach fishers. But with that, as we've learned from the different feedback, this is not always the case. Okay, so need to be adaptive. Being sociable, drinking tea or coffee or eating with them in the cafe. Being flexible to their schedule. And also being patient. What not to do. So as we heard, is the use of the either academic, technical, or foreign terms. Talk directly about vulnerable species. And then speak with superiority or knowing. Present yourself as an official or authority. Do not have biased, a biased approach or place blame, or only talk about the project. So a lot of the feedback we got was observers saying that they learned about the fisher's family, they told them about their family, they shared photos with them, so they became very much close to them, or more than just a work level. So approaching fishers if they've appeared to be having a bad day or if they're in a hurry. Approach fishers as they're boarding their vessels, or do not approach fishers as they're landing their catch.
Sorry, this is for everything or just for questionnaire?
No, this was overall.
Yeah, but sometimes that we have to catch the fisherman on the boat to go to on-board observation. So I know sometimes in the last minute, because when you make some appointments, they say, okay, we will be there, but they don't come, or some issues happens. And later that sometimes the only way to catch them is totally approach fishers as they are boarding the vessel. Sometimes it can.
I've got a question, Dennis. Would this be the first time you approached them, or would they have seen you, got to know you in the port?
This is a nice opportunity to go on board observation. Sometimes we wait 2 hours, 3 hours on port, see fisher, and we go directly when they are boarding, and we show our permissions, and we tell the project, and okay, we have to come to you. So we're just waiting for you 2 hours, 3 hours, where were you? Something like this.
Okay. No, that's great. I will make a note.
It can be work in some ports, it can't, but in here it works really well.
Okay. No, thank you. Okay. So specifically for while, oh, we have a hand raised as well. Dimas, please take the floor.
Just another item on the list, and that's during the port work, like approaching fishermen the port, and also for the work at sea. Maybe it goes without saying, but it's really important to not engage in any type of arguments or political conversation or religious differences. So it's common when you are on board of the vessel, because here I'm used to go on board on fishing trips that last weeks. So I spend too much time with these guys at sea, and they have this conversation among them. It's common to see fishermen arguing about political or any other issues. So don't take part in any of this kind of conversation. Sometimes they even invite you, hey man, what do you think? What educated or whatever. Just don't take part. Find a clever way to just like sleep outside of this talk, and this will be the best to do.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I think that's coming up on the next slide, but maybe it should be on this side as well for general, more for everything as well.
Just another thing to mention very quickly. I agree. It's really cool to see how fishermen around the world in different, like from artisanal to industrial fisheries, they have a same pattern of behavior. Like these things about if the catch is bad, you know, everything will be bad, your work will be bad, you will be blamed for everything being bad. Anyways, and it's hard sometimes when you approach to the port, or they are landing their fish, or they are working on their fishing gear, or most of the time they are not there. Sometimes there is no opportunity to approach them if they're not working, because when they finish work, they just disappear from the vessel, and then they come back when it's time to go to the sea again. So sometimes it's tricky avoiding approaching them in work times. So people must be sensitive, like sensible when is the best time, or sometimes like you can see you are busy now handling your hands or loading your catch. There is any moment that we can talk here or later, and then the fisherman will tell you when is the best place. Sometimes we go to a cafe, eat something, or later in the port. So just don't lose the opportunity to just have a quick contact and to ask them when is the best time to talk when they are working. That's it. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, and mostly, unfortunately, when the lots of fishers think that when you make some questionnaires or onboard observations, they think that some restrictions will come, and they just avoid to talk with you. So this is the other issue, that how to manage the relationship with fishermen.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, so for the next, oh, no, come on. There we go. Next, the next question for best practices, do's and don'ts, refer to during the collection of data. So on board for the data collection, we have established what equipment you might need to bring. So if you're going off for days at a time or weeks of a time, if you need to bring your own bedding. Ensure all technical devices that you are using on the survey are permitted by the captain, that they are aware of them. Asking crew members if they would like anything for you to bring. Maybe they're staying on the ship, they're not going into town, so if you can bring them anything from town. As we heard, always obey the captain and listen to the fishers while you're on the boat. Explain what you're doing and the importance of the data that you are collecting. Being respectful, and as we've heard, offer to help, but be aware that it might not be wanted. And establish where you should be on the vessel. What not to do. Again, interfere with the fisher's work. Not everyone appreciates it. Not to get in the way of the fisher's work, so knowing where your boundaries are. Having what Dimas just said about do not engage in sensitive conversations, so the political or religion. Don't act superior. Don't behave sensitive or dramatic to the bycatch or to any other issue. Don't query their questions if they have a question for you. Waste time in their data collection or demonstrate the law. So these for while we're on board. For port-based questionnaires, while conducting the survey, we've heard know the local dialects of the fishers, know the questionnaire, listen to the fishers, and deduce answers from the conversations that you've had with the fishers. Be knowledgeable about the subject matter. Take note of their complaints on all issues. Don't just be purely focused on the research, in this case bycatch. And for this one, assist with cleaning their nets. What not to do is interrupt fishers while they're talking. Don't waste their time. So being organized and knowing the questionnaire will help with that. Don't be in a rush. Be prepared to make conversation with them on all matters. Don't ask them how much money they make. Overloading the fishers with many questions all at once. So I guess from this one, knowing the questionnaire and being able to talk around the questionnaire helps. And again, demonstrating the law. So before I move on to the final slide, does anyone have any feedback for those lists? Dimas, please, the floor is yours, and then we'll go to you, Anis.
Just adding to the list about not only don't ask them how much they make, but also don't tell them how much you make, like inadvertently, like voluntarily. So sometimes they can ask you this question. You can answer these in a clever way as well, according to the sensitivities of the vessel, but don't come to the fishermen telling them how much you make, because, you know, depending on the fleet and the social economic aspects of the fisheries, this cannot be very productive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vicky. No, I just wanted to react to one particular point. I think it was already raised by some of the ambassadors. I mean, these best practices and these tips to avoid some practices are quite useful, in particular for on board, because this is the big difference. When we start this work, we all, I think, thought that on board will be harder than questionnaires, but we discovered that questionnaires are harder than any on board working, and I will explain. Because once you are on board and if you apply all these best practices, everything will going well. I mean, you will know very well how to be useful on board, what is the best time to take the data and everything. But for questionnaires, if you do something wrong, nothing will happen. I mean, fisher will not react, will not talk with you. So even if you do all these best practices, if you do something wrong, everything will collapse. And that was maybe the most difficult part. I mean, sometimes observers going day after day because the fisher were not happy because they don't have very good catch, so they have to come back the day after. But on board, whenever you are there, whenever also they see that you are quite useful and it's good to talk to you on board, all these things are very going smoothly. But for questionnaires, these tips are really, really helpful to succeed from the first time you are in port to start discussing with fisher. I just wanted to write this difference between the two sampling methodologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Anis. Okay. So, I'm going to go on to the final. How to sustain collaborations. So this is for the long term. Best practices, what came out of the feedback. Like we've heard, and I think like we heard from Angela as well from South Africa, maintaining contact with the fishers. That's the one big thing that came out, and it came out from the fishers as well. Stay in contact even after the surveys ended, or coming to see them when they're not even conducting surveys. So that was the most important one I can see from the feedback that came out, is continuing that contact. Offer to provide assistance and support, even if that's just through conversation, speaking to the fishers, keeping sensitive information a secret. So obviously this one came more from the fishers, not to, if you want to remain friends with a fisher, don't talk about their fishing grounds. Also sharing the project results and informing and giving them the information directly to the fishers. It was very much appreciated by the work that the observers had done to inform the fishers about the progress and the results of the project. Be respectful and have honest conversations. Fishermen, they, I suppose, in want of a better word, they're working men, you know, they can be quite blunt and forward, and they kind of respect that and want to see that in their sort of people who they're dealing with to help build trust. Being sociable. So like we've heard, going to the cafes with them, sitting down and talking with them, and even visiting the ports when you're not conducting surveys, and sharing knowledge and photos with them as well. If we don't want to continue collaborations, the things to do or not to do in this respect is to stop contact with them, only talk about work, end the project and don't tell them anything about the results, and viewing them only as data providers. So only contacting them when we want something. And just a couple of quotes that kind of like helped sum up, you know, some of the key aspects that we got through this feedback with fishermen saying need to keep in touch. Activities can be carried out, training sessions. There's more things that we can do together. That was from one of the Turkish fishers. From the Moroccan observers, to being part of the vessel family. So having that closeness also helped with building collaborations. And then from our Tunisian workshop, that the bycatch observer can be considered as the new fishing job within the fishing industry. So any comments on this last table that we have here? Anything that's missing? Anything that you think shouldn't be there? I see no hands, so I'm going to move forward. I'm going to take it that everyone agrees with that one. So finally, this is Hamid. He's a fisher from Turkey, and he works with Banu, who is also one of our ambassadors who couldn't be with us today from Turkey. But his view is that observers should work not only because of the survey, but because they love the work, but also because they want to be in contact with fishers. So they need to have that appreciation to be part of the community with fishers. And I just thought that sums it up really nicely. So I'd like to thank all of our observers. We are running late. But what I would just like to do now is hand over to Vicky, who will just do introduce the knowledge and sharing package. So it have the information, the tools, the materials that's been produced from bycatch, but also from this program. And then I
Vicky.
think, hello?
It's Wasim. Can we project the video of Amal, Hope of the Mediterranean?
Yes, this
And
is
the
going
final.
to be, part in this as well.
It is definitely in the
Huge.
program, but yes, thank you. It's nice also to hear that there is someone expecting a week. Hello, everybody. It's very nice to be part of this workshop and really share, because all this knowledge from both the to see how well these projects are aligned. It is amazing. I am here to present to you today it is very relevant to what Vicky just presented, what we took back from the feedback about how to create strong and sustained collaborations. And the main, let's say, secret ingredient that came out of all this research was information, how important it is to share information in a way that we enhance trust. And this is what the idea behind this package. It is a collection of materials developed in the framework of the bycatch project and also in the framework of this project. What we are seeing now is a GIF banner introducing the package. The package is actually an open access Google Drive folder. It is a very easy to use tool, which is available to everyone with a Gmail address. It will be, of course, shared within the next few days from the partners of the project. And what it does is that it accumulates all of the wisdom that has been collected throughout the bycatch partnership, and categorizing it into easy to find categories. For example, we have information material like the pocket identification guide, which have been also mentioned in the course of this workshop. And these are tools that have been used throughout the bycatch project, and they are really very, very valuable resources to have, tools to have. And then, of course, the new guide, which will be also shared with you after in the next few days in project websites and social media, which is the best practice guide for observers and fishers, again, on how to create strong and maintain meaningful collaborations. What I would also like to say is that having a one point of reference where we can easily access and share this information, even from the phone, is really essential, because sharing this kind of information and the best practices so far, it has been already recognized as one of the success factors in continuing collaborations like this. So this is one simple way of doing it. There is obviously a list of contents that explains a few things about the project, and of course, what is contained in this folder and how you can use it. As mentioned, there are also best practices here when it comes to communication and dissemination activities. And one of these is the Amal video, which was just mentioned, which is a wonderful story. I would like to please invite Anis to tell us a few words before I play the video, because it was co-organized with SPARAC and with the local partners in Tunisia. And it is truly, apart from a nice story, it's also a sample of good cooperation. Please, Anis, if you would like to take the floor.
Thank you, Vicky. No, it's really, again, another video made especially by a very good team, but especially with heart. I mean, this is quite important. It's showing the human contact again. It's showing a very good example of one of the observer that she started with questionnaires. She started with talking with fishers. She's from a family of fishers. This is also quite helpful, but she succeeds in a country where, unfortunately, women are not very well accepted in that region, especially on board. But she succeeds to get the trust of fishers, to be on board, to work with them. And even now, even if the observer program, and they send her videos and showing her that they are releasing species, and to continue, and we are also supporting this. I mean, this is a very good story showing one of the observer, but all the observer did very, very good job. I think innovation of all these observers was, so we can see this very, very beautiful video. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Can you project it with the link, with the YouTube link?
البحر يعني لي الدنيا الكل، نشوف فيه حياتي، نشوف فيه صغري، ونشوف فيه كبري، ونشوف فيه حياتي الكل. ملي حليت عيني على الدنيا نلقى باب بحار، جدي بحار، عمومتي بحارة، نمشي
Vicky,
عند
I'm sorry for the interruption. I will play it
on YouTube link, it's more better.
yes, because because of the playback rate. Just a minute.
البحر يزورني من صغيرة. بابا رباني اني نوصل الامانه، اني نكون عند حسن الظن، نمشي كان بثقه. بالنسبه للبحر
Vicky, try to project it on YouTube link. It's more better.
Perhaps on YouTube would play better. Excuse me? Can you hear
Can you
me?
project it on the YouTube?
On the YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, I will play again. Apologies. Let me know if it plays well now. Thank you.
البحر يعني لي الدنيا الكل، نشوف فيه حياتي، نشوف فيه صغري، ونشوف فيه كبري، ونشوف فيه حياتي الكل. ملي حليت عيني على الدنيا نلقى باب بحار، جدي بحار، عمومتي بحارة، نمشي مع عند البحر يزورني من صغيرة. بابا رباني اني نوصل الامانه، اني نكون عند حسن الظن، نمشي كان بثقه. بالنسبه للبحر فما صعوبات. مجتمعنا هذا ما يقبلش المراه انها تخدم البحر، خاطر البحر نتاع رجال ماهوش نتاع نساء. اما انا كصحت راسي شديت صحيح اني نخدمها الخدمه هذه، وكما تشوف تويكا معناها المراه موجوده في الدومينات الكل، كيما الفلاحه كيما الصيد البحري. ورغم انا عائلتي كانت رافضه اني نقرا ونواصل قرايتي في الصيد البحري، اما انا معناها اقنعتهم وواصلت معناها، ووصلت مسيرتي ونزلت نواصل فيها. bycatch هو الصيد العربي للكائنات البحريه المهدده بالخطر. هي كل الاصناف اللي يصطادها البحار وهي ماهيش مستهدفه، بريز اكسيدونتيل، tortues marines, les dauphins, les oiseaux marins, l'éponge, les taureaux, les requins aériens. لاحظنا بعد الخدمه اللي خدمناها، لاحظنا انه فما تغيير في الكومبورتمون تاع البيشور. كونه قبل ما كانش يعطي اهميه للزيسبيس هذوما، خاطر ما يعرفش معناها اهميتهم، ما يعرفش قيمتهم. توا مثال ولا كي يصطاد فكرونا يرجعها بالسياسه، ما عادش يطيش كيما قبل. مثال لي غي قبل كان يطيش فيهم 200، تويكا معناها يخلصهم ويرجعهم حيين. هذه الكل معناها بالخدمه اللي خدمناها في البروجي من bycatch. وعينا البحار معناها ولا البحار واعي ومسؤول، وصار شونجمون كبير بين اول ما بدينا ومعناها والمومون هذا. البحر بتاعنا راهو مهدد بخطر. نحب معناها المساج اللي نوصلوا، حافظوا على البيوديفرسيتي مارين pour la pêche durable.
Thank you very much for watching. This is only one of the videos that are available in this library. We are really welcoming your feedback on what other tools we could include in the package. And you are, of course, welcome to share the package once that is released. And I will give the floor back to Vicky. Thank you very much from my side. And it's really very inspiring to see how many people are working on this. And what great work is being done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vicky. Okay. So that kind of brings us to the end of our workshop. We we have run over, but if there are any other burning questions or anyone wants to say anything, then please feel free to add anything now. Well, people are thinking, oh, Anis, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Vicky and Vicky. I just wanted to add a final word about this video because we don't see this in the video, unfortunately, but it is something that many observers did, and especially Amal. I mean, she was working with the fishers. We saw in the video that she convinced part of them to start releasing species when they are broke out and showing even them the best practices on that. But his father, who was 50 years working as a fisher, I don't know how many maybe awareness campaign he was working in and collaborating, but he was insisting to keep doing as he always did. And then his daughter came and start working with him, start explaining slowly with him as she was doing with many other fishers. And it was a bit emotional for all of us, hearing the father saying after 50 years, he start finally to release animals. He's also now part of the mitigation measures. I mean, someone finally succeed to do it. The fisher we saw at the beginning did the same with his father. I mean, this is something that is happening when you have also observer from fisher family. This new generation of fisher, this new generation of observer can really bring the change in the Mediterranean and all over the world, I think. So these are very good examples. We can show it to the others and to continue working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Indeed, that story was amazing, and it should be shared. It should be shared, not just for the people who were there and we had the opportunity to listen to the story firsthand. It is also because what you say, because of how this story can be replicated, it is already out there happening. So it's very representative. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, to all of our ambassadors who have joined us today and given us your insights, to your expertise, your experience. It's been really valuable. And also to everyone else who has joined us, especially those joining us from outside of the Mediterranean as well. It's wonderful that you could join us today. And we really do hope, I think, as a partnership going forward, that the work that's been done, we can continue it, because the valuable foundation of building this trust and relationship is just phenomenal, and we don't want to lose that. And Yaka, I can see your hand is up.
Sorry, Vicky, for the last minute announcement. I just want to make some advertisement for our workshop coming on this Friday in the afternoon, and we're going to share the information on our social media platforms and on our website. So if you are Turkish and if you can understand Turkish, and please join us on Friday. Thank you, Vicky, and thank you for all your organization effort for this workshop and this project. Big hands for Vicky.
You guys, now shush. Thank you. No, thank you, and thank you for everyone. It's always a partnership how we do this, so it's wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, before you all go, I'm going to just show one last slide because I forgot to show you 2 questions. So I'm going to put the slide up. You can have a look at it, leave your answers on the side, and then you may leave. Denise, did you just wanted to say something?
No, it's okay. Just I'm trying to make some abstractions of the symbols, and it's okay. Everything is okay.
Okay, good. Okay, so one final question before everyone goes. And then for the results, we were hoping to sort of collate them more and show them, but we've kind of run out of time. So please feel free to either drop me an email, vicky.ray@mediset.org, or you can leave your contact details in the chat. with all the feedback that we've got back today, we will be adding some to the report. So the tables that you've seen have been from the report. So we will add some more feedback to the report. And yes, Anis, please go ahead. There is an initiative that Anis is working on to create a database of all the observers who have worked on the observer program. This is going to be with GFCM, and it's going to basically, for anyone wanting to implement an observer program, if they go to this database, they can, it's like, I don't know what the right word is, hire someone. They can see that they, from their previous experience, that the observers can go and work on other observer programs that come up. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely, Vicky. Thank you. So this is also something we wanted very much. We were working all together on this, and because they really learned a lot, we learned a lot from them, and there will be for sure additional initiative regarding bycatch, regarding discard, and this new fishery job, if we can call it like this, is quite helpful for the Mediterranean, and this is something we need to replicate in other seas, in other countries right now. So we can start with this very good team we have now with of all these observers. And we are also happy to have even fishers that are now starting to become observers. And this is quite helpful. I don't know if I can just share my screen for a few seconds.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay,
I will stop.
thanks.
1 sec.
Okay. So just to show it very quickly. So this is just how, of course, it will be, this is only the beginning, but in one database, it will be hosted by GFCM. This database is also hosting all the bycatch data on the Med, but these people, these amazing observers, so you will be able to see their field, the knowledge fields about cetaceans, seabirds, sea turtles, how many trainings they did, how many onboard observation, how many questionnaires they did, how much time they spent at sea. This is quite helpful where they worked. And all these trainings, especially good handling, identification, necropsis, everything will be there. So this will be quite helpful, I think, for everyone that will provide such initiative in the Med or in other areas, because they are already working on that. Even the mitigation measure, even the protocols in place. I mean, we spent a lot of time and effort all together to make this big team from these countries doing this amazing job. Vicky was highlighting you at the beginning, how many onboard observation, how many questionnaires we were able to collect. And this is mainly thanks to them and thanks to the whole team of experts behind. And I think this is something we need to continue in the future. And I hope we will continue. Thank you, Vicky. And sorry if I was too long.
No, thank you, Anis. Aisha, you have your hand up.
Yes. Also, we learned to work together during this project, and I think this database is very nice, very effective database. We can complete for Turkey part 2, and if we can find an opportunity for third phase, all this information will be exciting to continue. And we can work together more effectively in the third phase, I believe that. Yeah, thank you, Anis. It's a very detailed database. I like very much. Yeah. Also, we can we had some national trainings too. Maybe we can add them too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. And maybe Vicky, we can also add how observers were helping each other, because not all the observers start working with us at the beginning. I mean, some of them were joining at the mid of the project. And it was also amazing to see how they were helping each other to even introduce other observers to the fisher, saying these are also friends that are also working with us. I mean, this is also something we need to highlight. This very, very good collaboration we had at local level and at regional level. Both were quite helpful. Thank you.
Vicky, we can hear you.
How about now? Yeah. The
Yes.
extra button always gets you, doesn't it? Right. So thank you. Yes, so what I was saying was I was going to leave the slide up here for a couple more moments. I just want to do a final thank you to our translators who have been with us today, and also our tech support podium. You've been great. Thank you so much. And unless anyone has any other statements, points, questions they would like to say, we can slowly close the workshop once you've answered the question. Okay. And then obviously leave your details, and all this information will be coming out soon, as Vicky said, so keep an eye out for it. Thank you all. It's been a great workshop. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've found it very useful listening to our ambassadors, so thank you. Okay, take care.
Thank you, Vicky. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
Merci à vous. Au revoir. Thank you.
Dimas,
Thank you.
Dimash, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Denise.
Yes, I have a question to Dimas. If I can get your connection or something.
Yes, absolutely. I will post my email in the chat. And feel free to contact me anytime for talk about anything.
Okay.
Bycatch related or not.
Yeah. Thanks. Because you know, I just work for some places like in Mediterranean, especially in how can I say, the tuna fisheries, and I have got some questions to you.
Yes, I'm absolutely happy to help. One of my strongest background is the development of mitigation measures at sea, together with fishermen, bird scaling line, hook pods, line weighting, all the things. And I just want to also send a hug to my colleagues Leo Tamini in Argentina and Andrea in South Africa. We are the Albatross Task Force. So it's a team of people around the world working with industrial fisheries to reduce seabird bycatch. So within the RSPB and BirdLife coordination. So just to let you know what we do.
Okay, thanks. Just waiting for
Thanks, Dimas.
So bye-bye, guys. I'm off. Really nice
Bye.
to meet you, and congratulations for all this work being done in Mediterranean. I look forward to see some results.
Awesome. We look forward to sharing them. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy your day. It now begins.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks.
C'est fini?